Chapter 1. Willow. Run. Fucking run, Willow. Move your fluffy ass. I push harder, huffing up the ramp on the Brooklyn side of the Manhattan Bridge, at something slightly faster than a jog, my lungs full of razor blades, wishing I could shift. But the scent of my wolf would draw the wrong kind of attention in this rough part of town. A woman out for a jog, at least, has a shot at being ignored. Silently, I vow that if I live through the night, I'll get serious about exercising both sides of myself. I'll jog in my human form every morning and bike around the neighborhood every afternoon. And I'll start shifting and running in the park with my dad on weekends. We've both gained the shit list 15, a common occurrence in wolves on the outs with the Blood River Pack Alpha. Wolves on the shit list don't get invited to wild woodland parties or Friday night dances or included in other calorie-burning pack events. Shit list wolves are encouraged to stay in their homes, where they won't be seen or heard, and think about what they've done and how fast they can make amends to the leader who literally holds their lives in his hands. Victor Darius almost killed my father after my sister ran away. In the end, he settled for beating Dad to a bloody pulp and blacklisting him, ensuring no one in the parallel would even think about retaining his services. Dad hasn't worked as a defense attorney in 8 years. All that schooling, all that passion for justice, all the good he could have done for his clients was flushed down the drain. All because my sister rejected her mate after their claiming ceremony. Colum Darius was a violent, sadistic asshole. But he was also the Alpha's nephew. No one rejects a member of Victor's family and lives to tell about it. If Kelly hadn't run as far and as fast as she did, Victor would have murdered my sister. If she ever dares to come home, she's a dead woman. And now, so am I. And that's when I remember that I won't ever shift with my dad again. I won't ever hug my mom, or tease them about how grossly in love they still are, or sit on the couch with them on a rainy Saturday afternoon, watching old movies and dreaming about brighter days. There won't be any brighter days. Not for our family. My parents are already on a train to St. Louis, and the misfit pack there, where they'll spend the rest of their lives watching their backs, hoping Victor doesn't try too hard to find them. And I'm on my way to the only person who might give me refuge and deign to save my life. For a price. Probably a terrible one. Maxim Thorne isn't known for doing favors for free. He isn't known for having a heart at all. But I have to try to convince him I'm worth saving. I couldn't go with my parents. If I had, Victor absolutely would have tracked us all down and slit our throats himself. He's going to be insane when he realizes what I've done. If I don't get out of the parallel soon, I won't be leaving it at all. Ever. Not in one piece. Victor will rip me apart with his bare hands, slowly and meticulously, so I have plenty of time to reflect on my poor decision-making skills. My throat tightens. But I'm panting too hard to start crying again. Which is good. I don't have time to cry. I have to get to human side before one of the Alpha's servants goes to check on my almost mate and realizes Pax is tied up in his massive closet, bleeding from a head wound. At least, I hope he's still bleeding. Pax deserves to bleed after the things he's done. Pax Darius is the Alpha's son, the man that the moon and the stars in their infinite cosmic wisdom decreed was destined to be my mate. Pax, who spent 5th grade spreading rumors that I ate my own boogers on the bus. I did not. Pax, who made me sniff his armpit every time we crossed paths in junior high, grabbing the back of my neck and shoving my face into his stinky pit while his friends laughed and cheered him on. Pax, who by high school had developed a taste for whiskey and girls who told him what he wanted to hear, and didn't appreciate the fact that I refused to kiss his ass. I might have been a nerdy pack reject with no friends, but I had my pride, my integrity. I didn't have a death wish. I bowed to the alpha like the rest of the pack, but Pax wasn't the alpha. He was a drunk kid, obsessed with his own stupid penis, and I had better things to do with my time than court his favor. Like read, or study, or have my eyeballs repeatedly stabbed with dirty toothpicks. Aside from the random, unpleasant run-in, I largely escaped Pax during our undergrad years. He rarely went to class, and when he was sober enough to make it on campus, his business courses weren't anywhere near the science building. And the last 2 years of grad school have been a Pax-free delight. Even knowing that I'd eventually have to work under Victor's insufferable son when he took over as alpha couldn't bring me down. I was so excited to be getting my master's in chemistry that most days I managed to forget the only reason I was being allowed to get my degree was so I could join the Pack's drug development division when I graduated. The Blood River Pack used to be known for its accomplished fishermen and women, excellent daycare centers, and some of the best diners in parallel Brooklyn. Since Victor's father took over in a bloody coup 50 years ago, however, we've become known for violence, crime, and drugs. Half of parallel New York is hooked on Victor's latest designer high at one point or another. He has the best chemists in the city working in his labs. Dominating the drug trade is so important to him that even shit-list wolves like me can get a job if they're smart enough. And no, I wasn't looking forward to making drugs that hurt people, but I'd convinced myself I could find a way to create minimally damaging compounds with relatively few side effects. I thought I could serve my alpha and my conscience at the same time, and that I was on the verge of turning things around for my family. I was going to make good money, enough for Mom to quit working her fingers to the bone as a housekeeper, and for Dad to go back to school human side and become a lawyer again. And then my name was drawn for the mate-claiming ceremony last week, signaling it was my time to couple up and to make some big, strong wolf babies for Victor's army. Cannon fodder. That's what the nurses whisper about baby boys these days. A fact that was enough to chill any urge I might have had to reproduce. I didn't want to marry, mate, or risk getting pregnant, but I couldn't skip the ceremony. The best I could hope for was that I'd be mated to a decent man who would understand my reticence to have a baby right now and help me take precautions to ensure we didn't have children. And then tonight, everything went to hell. Straight to fucking hell. As if summoned by my thoughts, a rage-filled howl cuts through the cool air. It's coming from somewhere behind me, and probably has nothing to do with me or the drunk monster I hit over the head with one of his tacky imitation Greek statues, but it sends a jolt of terror dumping into my veins. I remind myself that wolf packs fight every night in the parallel. In the human dimension, Brooklyn has become gentrified and trendy. In our world, life for wolves gets deadlier with every passing year. It used to be just the vampires and their taste for shifter blood we had to fear. But lately it's been one bloody battle for dominance after another. The packs who could afford to get out when things first started going south did so a long time ago. The rest of us are killing each other for scraps, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. So, maybe this is a blessing in disguise. Being forced to run for my life with nothing but the borrowed clothes on my back. Maybe there is a light at the end of the tunnel if I'm clever and quick and play the few cards I have just right. Maybe I can escape and get a fresh start. I hold onto that spark of optimism as I reach the center of the bridge, and the first pissed-off howl is joined by another and another until it sounds like the entire burrow is keening for blood. There are other portals to human side, easier portals that don't involve stress or mess or braving the freezing East River in the middle of October. But those portals are guarded by Victor's men. They have lines and ID checks and fees for passage. A wolf on the run has only one option. And so, once I reach the bridge's apex, I don't hesitate. I swing one leg over the railing and then the other, suck a final breath into my heaving lungs, and jump. As I plummet toward the water, I send out a feverish wish that Maxim Thorne is home tonight and in the mood for vengeance. If he's not, the chances that I'll live to see morning are very slim indeed.
Chapter 2. Maxim. If it's not one damned thing, it's another. There are nights when I relish being the most powerful alpha human side. Nights when I love my work and the chance to blow off steam with a hot fairy or oversexed nymph at the club when my work is done. Tonight is not one of those nights.
She just disappeared, boss, I swear. There 1 minute and boom, gone the next.
Troy, a very loyal, very IQ-challenged bodyguard his superiors should have known better than to trust on Diana detail, stands stiffly in my doorway, looking like he's about to wet himself. And yes, I've purposefully cultivated fear in my security staff. It keeps them on their toes. But Troy needs to grow a spine. After all, I've never had anyone killed for losing Diana. Yet. Is my sister a witch? I ask flatly. Troy gulps. No? Is that a question, Troy? Are you uncertain as to whether my little sister is a practitioner of the dark arts? He shakes his head.
No, sir, no, she's not.
So she couldn't have disappeared. That means she lost you, gave you the slip. You took your eyes off of her for a split second, and that's all it takes. And now you will find her. Quickly. Take a team with you. If you find her before midnight, I'll consider allowing you to keep your job. If not, report to HR first thing tomorrow morning. He gulps again, his Adam's apple working as he nods.
Yes, sir.
Of course, he knows that HR stands for Hermione Rivers, my second-in-command, and a woman who tolerates exactly zero shit from our soldiers. Average North Star PAC members have a certain amount of leeway when it comes to when they pay their dues, how often they're expected at PAC meetings, and whether or not they RSVP to the midsummer party. But my security crew runs like a well-oiled military operation. When we say jump, they don't have to ask how high. We've already covered that in training and reinforced it during weekly drills. It's how we survive and thrive human side, where we have to conceal not only our illegal operations, but our basic nature as well. It's also how we protect our people from Victor Darius and his thugs. Victor has been trying to kill my family since the day my father told him he'd never bend the knee to the Blood River Alpha and moved our entire pack to human Manhattan. And last year, Victor very nearly succeeded. We don't know who poisoned my father. No one's come forward to claim responsibility for the attempted hit, but all my money is on Victor and Pax, the mealy-mouthed shit-weasel he calls a son. Which reminds me, tell Damon I want the Blood River intel report early tonight before you leave. Pax was part of the mate-claiming ceremony in the parallel tonight, and I want to know who he was mated to. According to my sources, about half the Blood River Pax women would be perfectly happy to end up with the Alpha's son, for the wealth and status, if nothing else. But the other half are smart enough to want to steer clear of that walking disaster. If one of those women ended up his mate, we might have the making of an insider ally. Hell, even if one of the social climbers is chosen, we could still come out on top. Give her a few months of putting up with her new husband's alcoholic outbursts and general douchebaggery, and she might be willing to help arrange for her mate to have a little accident. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. The Darius family tried to take my father away from me, from our people, and I'm happy to answer blood with blood. But when I make my move, I won't fail the way they did. Troy nods stiffly.
Yes, sir. Will do, sir.
and hurries away down the hall without another word. Good, I think, as I shut the door and cross to the bar in the living room, pouring myself a much-needed bourbon. If he'd tried to apologize again, I would have had to punch him. Apologies are a waste of time. The North Star Pack doesn't apologize. We pursue excellence, and when we fall short, we pursue it with increased fervor. We don't waste time with useless words. Sorry doesn't keep our people safe or bring lost wolves back from the dead. I don't think Diana is in danger tonight. She's probably off with one of the human boys from her school she's been forbidden to play with. But I don't like not knowing where she is. My little sister is a prime target. Anyone closely connected to me is. It's one of the many reasons I've put off claiming my own mate. I'm too busy to coddle a new wife, and I have no desire to start a family until we've reclaimed our pack territory in the parallel. I don't want my children growing up under lock and key, unable to leave the pack tower until they've learned to control their wolf. Most of the kids living in the tower right now have never run wild in the woods, never smelled the magic of the forest on the night of a full moon. Many of them have never been beyond these walls or the small park on the roof. Human-side New York is more civilized than parallel NYC, but it's still a big, unpredictable, rough-around-the-edges metropolis. It's not the kind of place to take a young wolf out for a walk around the neighborhood. All it would take is a backfiring car or a shouted word from the drunk hanging out on the corner, and you'd have a kid shifting into their fur form, exposing our secret and attracting the wrong kind of attention. In the parallel, a child can grow up wild and unafraid. That used to be the case anyway, and it will be again. When I take back our territory, I'll take the Blood River lands as well. And as soon as I'm the most powerful alpha in the parallel, things are going to change. I'll bring peace to the supernatural lands. As much peace as I prefer, anyway. A little trouble isn't a bad thing, especially after a long day shipping new product and bribing the officers of the Lower East Side to ignore said shipments. I reach for my cell, intending to text Trix, my fairy friend, to see if she'd be up for a little fun later tonight after my intelligence meeting, when the doorbell buzzes again. Leaving my drink on the bar, I cross to the room, anticipating the delivery of the intelligence report, or perhaps Troy returning with word that Diana's been found more swiftly than usual. Instead, I open the door to reveal Hermione and a drowned rat. I arch a brow at my second-in-command, and then cast a pointed look at the shorter woman dripping all over the hall carpet. To what do I owe the honor?
Refugee from the parallel,
Hermione says.
Our lookout just pulled her out of the river.
I blink, making no move to invite either of them inside. Couldn't you have dried her off a little first? And since when are we accepting refugees, Hermione? I thought we had an understanding. And the understanding is that any wolf who isn't our wolf should be considered a Blood River Pack spy. My father made the mistake of accepting a refugee last year. Not 3 months later, he was fighting for his life after being poisoned, and Shane, the wounded beta wolf he'd allowed to start work in the kitchen a few days before, was gone. Hermione thinks he ran because he was afraid of being blamed for the poisoning, not because he actually did it. Hermione is as tough as they come, but has a soft spot for damaged wolves. I don't share her opinion, and I'm not about to put my family or people at risk for an outsider again.
I thought you'd want to hear what she had to say,
Hermione says, arching one pale blonde brow. With her white blonde hair cut in a close crop, impeccably fitted suit, and natural grace, Hermione consistently looks more put together than most people. Compared to the dripping wreck of a woman beside her in an oversized navy tracksuit, she looks like fucking royalty. What's in that wretch's hair? A glob of fish guts.
I'm sorry,
The walking disaster says, lifting big green eyes framed by dark lashes. Eyes that are more attractive than the rest of her, I admit, though that isn't saying much.
I tried to dry off, but there was just so much water.
She lets out a breathy laugh.
But that's what happens when you jump off a bridge. Better than not enough water, I guess. If you didn't have enough water, you'd be...
She drags a finger across her throat, gulps, then drops her hand to her side, heaving a breath in and out before adding,
You're even scarier in person than in pictures.
And you're wasting my time, I say, shifting my gaze back to Hermione. What could this person possibly have to say that would interest me?
I'm Pax Darius's mate.
The damp wolf says.
Or I was.
I arch a brow at Hermione, who nods subtly, confirming she's already verified the story with our intelligence team. And you came here because...
Because I had nowhere else to go.
The woman says.
And because I'm hoping the enemy of my enemy will be my friend. I'm Willow, by the way.
I don't care. I don't need friends, and I don't have any use for Pax Darius's rejected mate.
He didn't reject me, I rejected him,
she says, heat in her voice and in those extraordinary eyes.
He's a monster, a drunk, and the worst thing that ever happened to my pack, aside from his father and the rest of the Darius family.
I agree with the bedraggled thing there, but the fact remains that she's of no use to me. If she'd stayed with Pax and played the obedient mate for a few months, maybe we could have worked together. But now... Is there any chance he'll take you back? I ask, leaning against the doorframe. She gulps again.
No chance. I hit him over the head with a statue, tied him up, and ran. If he catches me, he'll kill me.
That's unfortunate for both of us. More unfortunate for you, however. I motion to Hermione. Get her dry clothes, give her some pocket money, and put her on a bus somewhere. Then bring me the...
I can't leave alone.
The girl, Willow, a name that's vaguely familiar for some reason, says.
If I leave town without protection, I'm as good as dead. Pax probably already has his assassin team looking for me. And unlike him, they're smart, sober, and very good at their jobs.
I lift a shoulder and let it fall. Not my problem. And you've already taken up enough of my time. Next time you come begging for protection, make sure you have something to bargain with. She rolls her shoulders back, standing her ground when Hermione puts a hand on her back.
What about Pax Darius's child?
She challenges.
Any interest in that? Because I can't think of anything Pax and his father would hate more than knowing Maxim Thorne is raising his son.
I can't think of anything they'd hate more either. And this ragamuffin just got a lot more interesting.
Chapter 3. Willow. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. I gulp and force my thoughts back to the conversation at hand, instead of the insanity of my encounter with the North Star Alpha. Really? Mold? The tall blonde asks. Yes, several species of mold have psychotropic properties. I tail her through a maze of hallways, presumably bound for a place where I can be cleaned up, in accordance with Maxim's orders. Maxim, who is so insanely gorgeous, it should be illegal. Maxim, who also seems as heartless and arrogant as every other alpha I've had the displeasure to meet. Not true. He was going to give you dry clothes and money before he threw you out. Most alphas wouldn't have bothered. I ignore the inner voice. I'm not in the mood to think even semi-kind thoughts about that devil-eyed, too pretty for his own good man, and add, and fungus, too, and not just mushrooms. There are others that looked promising in my early trials, and I know I could replicate those experiments in your facility. I could go to work right away, tomorrow, if you'd like. There's no need for you to work, the woman says. You're here as our guest. Right. Their guest. Until they find out I'm not pregnant and toss me right out on my ass. I have 1 month, maybe 5 weeks if I push the angle that some women won't test positive for a week or more after missing their period, to convince these wolves to keep me around. I don't have a moment to waste. I need to get in that lab and show them how valuable I can be to the street drug side of their business. ASAP. But I'd love to be helpful, I say. Show the Alpha how grateful I am for his protection and goodwill. The woman's lips twitch up at the edges. Goodwill might be a slight exaggeration. Right. I wrinkle my nose. Maybe he'll like me better when I don't have river slime in my hair? Her lips twitch again. Maybe. You don't sound very optimistic. I'm not, she says, opening a plain white door on the right side of the hall and motioning me inside ahead of her. Why not? I ask, trying not to feel deflated. I can't afford to lose hope yet. Not when it's one of the only things I have left. Our Alpha's a busy man. He doesn't waste his time liking anyone. There's no need to take it personally. She nods toward the door again. Go on. In with you. I step into what looks like the entry to a spa. There's a rock facade with water burbling down it against the far wall, behind a semicircular partition. A woman with silky black hair wearing orange scrubs types on a keyboard I can't see behind the counter. As we enter, she looks up from her screen, curiosity replacing the boredom on her face. Hey there, Hermione, she says with a smile. How can I help you? So, the Nordic princess's name is Hermione. It fits her, I think. She's more militant and reserved than the bookish, buoyant Harry Potter character. But she's clearly smart. And kind, too. I could feel the compassion in her the moment I explained who I was and how I'd ended up in the river. Dara, this is Willow, Hermione says. She'll be staying with us for a while. She came through the East River portal. She has no other clothes or personal supplies. Can you get her washed up and set for the night? Dara circles around the counter, her smile widening. Of course I can. It will be my pleasure. She extends a hand. I take it, and she presses my palm warmly between both of hers. You're safe now, honey. No one's getting at you while you're inside these walls. North Star Tower is a fortress. Thank you, I say, shocked to find tears rising in my eyes. She's just so nice. And despite my brave face at Maxim's door, I've been scared to death. To feel safe, even if it's just for the night, will be so nice. Of course, she says, patting my back. She motions through the double doors to the left of the counter. Just head back there to the locker rooms. Take any locker with a key in it. You'll find towels, sandals, and a robe in there. After that, you can hit the showers. We have shampoo, conditioner, and soap available in the dispensers, as well as razors and anything else you need. I'll find you a toothbrush and some pajamas, and be in to check on you in half an hour or so. Is that okay? I nod, my throat still tight as I say, That's perfect. Thank you so much. I glance back at Hermione. And thank you, too. She tips her head. I'll see you tomorrow. Maxim wants me to debrief you on everything that happened at the Blood River mate-claiming ceremony tonight. But that can wait until you're washed, fed, and rested. Thank you, I say again, before turning and heading through the doors, my thoughts already racing. I'm a terrible liar, but I'm going to have to color the truth a little. If I tell Hermione that the reason Pax started hitting me tonight was because he couldn't get hard enough to take what he wanted from me, my pregnancy story is going to swirl away, right down the drain. I shudder at the memory. I swear I can still smell Pax's scent on me, even after my dunking in the river. A shower sounds so damn good. I'm about to head to the lockers when the soft murmuring of lowered voices reaches my ears. I hesitate. I'm not usually the kind to eavesdrop, but I'm technically in enemy territory, even if most of the North Star Pack members have been kind so far. I would be smart to gather as much intelligence about my situation as possible, even if I have to get some of it on the sly. Holding my breath, I tiptoe back toward the door and lean in until my ear is inches from the smooth wood and Hermione and Dara's lowered voices are loud enough to decipher their words. "You're kidding," Dara whispers, sounding scandalized. "He wants her in the consort's wing? I didn't think he ever let women sleep over, not even in his bed, let alone over there." "She won't be sleeping over. She'll be under observation," Hermione says. Maxim doesn't trust her. Dara snorts in response. He doesn't trust anyone. That's why he's the best alpha ever. I wrinkle my nose again, deciding maybe I don't like Dara quite as much as I thought. She seems nice, but she's clearly brainwashed if she thinks that man is the best anything ever. Except maybe the best at filling out a pair of suit pants. Seriously, even terrified and not at all interested in boys at the moment, I couldn't help but notice the way his powerful thighs strained the seams of his gray slacks. But if she's the latest assassin, Dara continues, I think they could have tried harder, don't you? She looks about as dangerous as a half-drowned kitten. Maybe that's their angle. Send someone non-threatening. Get us to lower our guard, and then she strikes. "Do you think so?" Dara asks, still sounding doubtful. "Do you think she's dangerous?" "No. But I think she's lying about something. Until we find out what, Maxim is smart to keep her under lock and key. Let him know as soon as you've shown Willow to the consort's quarters. He'll make sure everything is secure, and she's locked in for the night." My throat tightens. So I'm going to be a prisoner. I'm honestly not surprised. I fully expected to be thrown in a dungeon as soon as I arrived. Or, more likely, a cell. Rumor has it the North Star Pack has an entire block of cells in their basement, where they lock up their enemies, as well as pack members who misbehave. There's allegedly a torture chamber down there, too. So why is Maxim housing me in the consort's wing? That isn't just a guest room in his apartment. Those rooms will one day belong to his mate, and I doubt she'll be thrilled to learn that he had a Blood River Pack prisoner in there for a month while he waited to find out if she was knocked up. But as soon as the thought drifts through my mind, I know Maxim won't care what his mate thinks. Maxim is a man who does as he damn well pleases, and acquiring a wife isn't going to change that. He probably wants me close, so he can keep eyes and nose on me. Female wolves give off a scent when they're pregnant, a cozy smell like warm milk and fresh-baked bread. It usually isn't noticeable until the woman is at least a few months along, but in some cases, the scent shift starts right after conception. Great, I think, as I tiptoe back into the locker room and fetch a robe and slippers. I'm going to be living right under the nose of an alpha, determined to sniff out my secrets and prove I'm an assassin. Even knowing that I truly don't mean this pack any harm can't banish the anxiety the thought provokes. I don't have to be an assassin, after all. Maxim just has to decide I am. To decide I'm more trouble than I'm worth, and that he'd prefer I be tossed out on my ass. Or killed. That's what Pax would do. All it would take is the whispered rumor of betrayal, and the wolf in question would be tossed off a skyscraper. Maxim doesn't seem that ruthless, but what do I know? His eyes are a brown so deep they're almost black, and I swear when he looked at me, it felt like he was seeing straight through my skin, and that he wasn't the slightest bit impressed with my internal organs, or my soul, or whatever it was he saw with that glittering gaze. I turn the water on as hot as I can bear, undress, and step under the spray. I close my eyes, pulling in slow, deep breaths, and willing myself to calm down. I have time. I have a bargaining chip. I have talents that can be useful to this pack and this alpha. I just need to hold it together and show Maxim I'm worthy of his trust. Or at least the benefit of the doubt. I finish in the shower, wrap up in a fluffy towel, and pad to the dressing area, where vanity mirrors ring the walls and pots and jars of various upscale toiletries vie for space on the counters. I find a curl cream that smells divine, like sage and lemon, and brush it through my hair with my fingers. I smooth on eye cream and face lotion, but pass over the cosmetics and perfume. I'm headed to bed, not a dinner date. And I don't want Maxim to get the impression that I'm trying to be pretty for him. He seemed about as interested in me as a bowl of congealed oatmeal, and I'd prefer it stay that way. No matter how pretty he is, I've had my fill of that kind of attention from dominating wolves. Pax isn't the first guy to try to take things further than I wanted him to. Sexual violence in the parallel has increased right along with all the other kinds of violence. It's all connected. As soon as men stop feeling bad about killing each other, they stop feeling bad about taking what they want from the women in their pack, whether the women have given consent or not. I was relatively safe, tucked away in the science library or the lab at Parallel Uni. But there were still times when it was hard to avoid unwanted attention. In line for dinner at the cafeteria, shopping for groceries, and walking home after my one late-night class. Even without makeup and with more curves than the average wolf, I attracted attention. Despite the taunts about being the world's biggest nerd when I was a kid, and the general shunning involved with being on the alpha's shit list, I know I'm attractive. I've seen the way men's eyes follow me when I cut through the park, or even pop out to take the trash to our apartment building's communal dumpster. They're definitely interested in a way that has more to do with the way I look than my sparkling personality or dazzling wit. My mother says I'm beautiful, and I shouldn't be surprised if one day the wolf of my dreams falls at my feet. But she's my mom. She has to say things like that. Mom, I wonder where she is now. I wonder if she's safe and if she's as worried about me as I am about her. Probably more worried. I wish there was a way to tell her I was okay without putting her in more danger. But there isn't. The safest thing for my family is to cut them out of my life completely, the way my sister Kelly did when she left. I swallow hard and fight the wave of emotion shoving up my throat, but a tear slips down my cheek anyway. Good thing I didn't put on any mascara. I wipe my face and pull myself together just as Dara calls my name from the front of the locker room. I'm ready, I say. Or as ready as I'll ever be.
Chapter 4. Maxim. I swirl the amber contents of my second bourbon of the night, never more than 2, and never closer than an hour apart, in my glass, waiting for the knock at my study door. It comes just after midnight. Come in, I say, and Dara pops her head in.
She's settled, sir,
She says.
Is there anything else you need from me tonight?
No, thank you, I say, then add warmly, I appreciate your help, Dara, and your discretion. No one needs to know where we're keeping our guest except you, me, and Hermione, understood?
Absolutely, sir. You can count on me,
She says, and I know I can. Dara's mate was shot last year during a drug delivery gone wrong. I carried Jenkins back to the tower myself, on my back, keeping pressure on his wound the entire way. It's no less than I would have done for any of my men, no less than I should have done as Alpha, but since that day I can do no wrong in either of their eyes. I have their loyalty and their secrecy whenever I have need of it. But you can tell Jenkins, I add, triggering a relieved smile from the petite wolf.
Thank you again. Hard to keep a secret from the man who's slept in your bed for over a decade.
I would imagine so. I lift a hand to let her know she's dismissed. Sleep well, both of you. After she's gone, I down the rest of my drink and rise, leaving my glass on my desk as I open the secret door in the corner of the study. Tucked behind a curio cabinet with all the china inside firmly glued down, it opens with a creaking sound and a puff of dust. It's been years since anyone's taken this passage into the consort's quarters. Not since my father visited my mother there when I was a child. But my mother's been dead a long time, and father never sought another mate. The rooms were redecorated, but it wasn't until I became alpha last year that the cleaning staff added maintenance of the consort's wing back into their weekly rotation. My loyal staff continues to maintain the rooms, despite the fact that I've shown no interest in finding a mate, which meant all was in place for my prisoner to be made comfortable there tonight. But not too comfortable. There's something about this woman, something off, that has every instinct in my body warning to proceed with caution. I make my way through the secret passage to the entrance to her private bathroom. Wait a moment to ensure there's no activity in process inside. I don't intend to respect her privacy, but surprising women on the toilet isn't one of my kinks, and then slip in through the full-length mirror. Let Willow think I was in here waiting for her all along, if she likes. I don't mind if she eventually realizes there's a private passage between her rooms and mine. The door only opens when triggered by the mechanism in the ring on my right hand. But if she stays confused and off balance for a while, wondering how I keep surprising her, that's fine with me. I want her unbalanced. No, I want her broken, I admit, as I stalk through the bathroom toward the bedroom. Not broken in such a way that she can't be repaired, but all her defenses down and her secrets laid bare. Because I don't buy this offer to give me her child to raise for a moment. One look in her heart-on-her-sleeve eyes was enough to give that lie away. But maybe she hopes to stay here and help with the baby. If so, I should disabuse her of that notion right away. If I decide to raise my enemy's son, I'll do so alone, exerting complete control over the child, ensuring he's raised to hate the man who sired him as much as I do. In the bedroom, I find the bed still made and the plush couch in the corner empty. I turn. The small breakfast table is empty as well. I'm about to head into the formal sitting room to see if Willow's settled in there when a soft voice sounds from the large picture window.
I've never seen a view of the city like this,
she says.
It's so beautiful.
I turn, spotting her in the folds of the heavy curtains tucked into the shadows. More beautiful in the parallel, I say. The fairy lights make parallel Manhattan's skyline dance after dark. She hums beneath her breath as I cross slowly to the window.
I've never seen that either. Blood River Pack outsiders don't get out much.
Outsiders don't end up the Alpha's mate, I say, my guard up again. Not that it was ever really down. What is it about this woman that has my teeth on fucking edge? I'm not a fan of her pack, but this is over the top, even for me.
Sure they do,
she says, stepping out of the curtain folds and into the light.
If the horoscopes say so. Victor's superstitious.
So I've heard, but I'm sure he'd rearrange the stars for his son, if necessary. I study her freshly scrubbed face, something shifting inside as I take in the chocolate curls, flushed cheeks, full lips, and the plush curves beneath her flannel pajamas. She doesn't look at all like a drowned rat now. She's actually very pretty, and very familiar. The key turns in the lock, and it all suddenly falls into place. Chapter 5. Maxim. Kelly Astor, I say softly, the way Willow's eyes go wide, confirming my guess. You're her little sister. She blinks faster.
Yes. Did you know Kelly?
Hope sparks in her features.
Do you know her now? Is she safe? Is she...
I have no idea. I haven't seen her in 8 years. She deflates, and the bitter part of me takes pleasure in the pain in her eyes.
Oh, right. Well, me either. But you knew her before? How?
Knew her well. I say, my jaw clenching as I think back to those long summer nights out in Humanside with Kelly and Bane. We'd dance at some shitty little club until midnight, and then shift and run through Central Park with our friends, causing trouble, even though my father would have whipped my brother and me within an inch of our lives if he'd caught us. But my older brother Bane was desperately in love with a pretty wolf from a rival pack, rebellious and past ready to return to the freedom of the parallel. Kelly was the same. The two of them fancied themselves the next Romeo and Juliet, but without the tragic ending. They decided the rules didn't apply to them and behaved accordingly. And for a long time I was as charmed by them as everyone else. They were funny and beautiful and brave and reckless and dead. Now they're both probably dead. They disappeared the night after Kelly was mated to a different Darius, and no one has seen or heard from them since. And that isn't my brother's way. If Bane were still alive, he would have made contact. At the very least, he would have come home when my father was nearly killed. But he didn't. He hasn't, and he won't. I reconciled myself to the fact that my brother is gone, and I won't even have the luxury of visiting his grave a long time ago. But for some reason, I can't bring myself to tell Willow that her sister is dead. Instead, I say, she destroyed my brother's life. Willow's brow furrows.
What?
Your older sister, my older brother. They were a couple. And then they were both gone. Bane should be here, leading the pack, protecting our people, but he chose your sister instead. Her green eyes, the same shade of vibrant emerald as Kelly's, widened to saucers again.
I had no idea.
Why would you? Kelly was good at keeping secrets, and you were, 10 when she left?
16.
She says, proving she's older than she looks. Her round cheeks and petite stature would have made me guess her age now at no more than 18. That's the usual age for a Blood River Pack female to take a mate. They start them young over there. The better to keep their females pumping out babies that Victor can treat like his own personal disposable army. So how did you escape the claiming ceremony for so long? I ask. You're 24? She nods, and I continue. Practically an old maid. Her lips quirk.
You're not wrong. I was in grad school getting my master's in chemistry. Just graduated this past summer and have been finishing up a few research projects. I was supposed to start work in the Blood River labs next month.
She nods toward the door.
I told Hermione about my experience. I spent 6 years working on recreational drug applications in my spare time. That's what Victor was going to have me do. I'm happy to bring that expertise to bear for you here instead.
Not interested, I say with a dismissive wave of my hand.
But I'm very good,
she insists.
And I think we share a philosophy. I've heard you only sell drugs that have very few or no side effects, and that's what I've been...
Not interested, I repeat, with more bite in my tone. But she doesn't cower away or shut her pretty mouth. She props her hands on her hips and says,
Well, you should get interested. A lack of curiosity is a sign of a stagnant mind.
And a lack of fear is a sign of a foolish one, I warn, low and soft. She swallows hard, and her lips stay closed. I'm not sure what you think is happening here, but let me enlighten you so there's no confusion in the future. I continue, stepping closer until I'm looming over her. At 6'3", I'm a tall man, but she can't be more than 5'3", maybe less. But I don't feel bad about using my size to intimidate her. The faster we get on the same page, the less trouble she'll be to me. If you are pregnant, you'll be allowed to stay here until you give birth, I say. You'll receive medical care, and all your needs will be met. Then, once the child is born, you will sign your parental rights over to me, and be escorted to a safe house in another country where you'll have a chance to start a new life far from Pax Darius and his people. Her mouth falls open with a sound of protest, but I push on. That is the best scenario for you, I'm afraid. If you refuse to grant me full custody of the child, or if you turn out not to be pregnant, you get a bus ticket and a best of luck from me. And you should feel grateful for that.
Grateful?
She echoes, anger flashing in her eyes. Yes, I say. Pax is a foul specimen who loathes me every bit as much as I loathe him, but I'm sure he'd be grateful to have his wayward mate returned to him. It could be an opportunity for us to bury the hatchet, or at least secure safe passage in and out of the parallel for my people. We have friends there we haven't seen for nearly a decade. Victor really did crack down on monitoring the portals after your sister ran off. She had a way of fucking things up for everyone, didn't she? Willow lifts her chin, holding my gaze.
My sister ran from a miserable match and honored her own needs and her own dreams. In my book, that's called self-respect. She shrugs. If you want to paint her as a villain like all the other misogynistic creeps I know, I can't stop you. But in my eyes, the only villains around here are all the alphas who have forgotten their job is to serve their people, not violate their wishes and personal autonomy like cracked-out doms without a safe word.
Had a lot of experience with safe words? I ask, more impressed than I want to admit. I resent being lumped in with the rest of the villains in her analogy, but I agree with her, and I respect her moxie. Not to mention her intelligence. This one clearly didn't earn her graduate degree coasting on her pretty face.
No,
she says, her stubborn chin still in the air.
None at all, but I've read dirty books. Lots of them.
I arch a brow. Is that right? She arches hers right back.
It is, and I'm not even a little bit embarrassed about admitting it,
says the girl with pink cheeks.
Woman,
she whispers.
Woman with pink cheeks.
I bite my lip, fighting a smile. Fuck. I actually like this girl. This woman. I like her, but I can't let her know it. That, I can already tell, would be a serious mistake. She's smart and brave and determined to get what she wants from me. If I hope to maintain the upper hand, I can't show weakness. I'm in control here, and she needs to acknowledge that and remember it. With that in mind, I thread my fingers into the hair at the nape of her neck and make a light but firm fist. Her eyes widen and her throat works, but she doesn't try to pull away and doesn't so much as flinch as I bring my lips closer to hers and ask, "And why did you read so many naughty books, little wolf? What was the attraction for you?" She swallows.
I think you know.
I want you to tell me. Tell me what you liked about those books. Did you imagine you were the big bad dom in total control of your willing submissive?
No,
she confesses softly. No, I ask, tightening my grip on her hair. Her breath feathers out, warm and minty on my lips, and her chest rises and falls faster, drawing my attention to her full breasts. She's curvy as hell, and I can practically taste how sweet her skin would be against my tongue as I lick and suck her tight nipples. As I slide my fingers between her legs and make her come on my hand, erasing the memory of whatever unpleasantness she experienced with her mate earlier tonight. I can't imagine fucking Pax was anything but a chore for her, and not nearly as exciting as one of her novels. The thought makes me ask, so how did your night with your one true mate compare to your romantic fantasies? Pain flashes across her features, and I almost regret the question. But it's best if she hates me. Like I told her the moment I met her, I don't have time for new friends. And I don't fuck members of my pack, let alone any other. I don't fuck wolves, period. I fuck fairies and nymphs and other women who are good at understanding the boundary between sex and love, and who aren't interested in more than a good time. I'm especially disinterested in bossy little wolves who might be pregnant with another man's child. Or so I tell myself, ignoring the thickening behind my fly and the way my blood rushes faster, as Willow says.
He's not my one true mate. He's not fit to lick my shoe, and I will never be naked or semi-naked with him ever again.
No, you won't. I agree. I'm sure he's already made plans to kill you. Slowly.
Well, I have plans too, she says. And my plans include finding a job and making a new life for myself, and maybe someday meeting a man who knows how to make a woman feel good.
I could make her feel so much better than good. She deserves to feel better than good. She deserves orgasms and pleasure and a man who knows what to do with a strong woman who daydreams about abandoning control to her lover. And I confess, the thought of this strong woman on her knees for me because she chooses to be there and can't wait to do what I tell her turns me on. And just like that, I'm fully erect, hard and thick, my cock straining the front of my pants in its eagerness to be buried inside this curvy little wolf. Well, maybe those dreams will come true, I say, my voice low and husky, even as I will my dick back under control. If you do what you're told and hand over your baby without making a fuss. She scowls harder.
If you want that baby to grow up healthy and strong, he or she will need a mother. Deprive the child of that, and you're setting yourself and an innocent kid up for failure, with a side of misery and pain.
Children are more resilient than you give them credit for, I say. They need safety, security, and one person they know loves them to distraction. She arches a challenging brow.
And you're going to be that one person? No offense, but you seem about as capable of love as that ugly vase in the bathroom.
My aunt picked out that vase.
Your aunt has hideous taste in vases and nephews.
My lips curve in a hard smile. Perhaps, but my terms aren't up for debate. Sleep on it, little wolf. And in the morning, if you decide you can't stomach giving your baby to a man who will offer it every creature comfort, every opportunity, and every spark of his devotion, then by all means, be on your way. Her eyes shoot emerald daggers into mine.
We both know that if I do that, the baby won't live to be born.
I tisk softly, insincerely, and release her hair. I sift my fingers slowly through the silky strands as I murmur. Then it seems your decision isn't all that hard after all. Watch it, little wolf. I cut in, waving a warning finger back and forth in front of her livid face. I've been patient with your insults thus far, but if you keep at it, you'll become sufficiently irritating that I might rethink my decision to offer you shelter. Let alone accommodation in my consort quarters with luxurious sheets, a stunning view, and my aunt's vase. The muscle in her jaw forms a tight little knot before it relaxes as she sighs.
Of course, thank you so much. I appreciate your...
She presses her lips together for a beat before she adds with a tight smile.
Forthrightness.
I return the smile. Forthright. Excellent word. I am most certainly direct. Blunt, some might say. I find it saves time. And what's more precious than time? She crosses her arms as she says in a cool voice,
I can think of a few things. Human life, for example.
But we aren't humans, little wolf. The sooner you remember that, the sooner you'll realize just how lucky you are to still be alive, even if you aren't getting everything your greedy little heart desires. Sleep well. I turn and move toward the sitting room, striding through the cozy space to the front entrance to the suite without another word, and without looking back. Yes, a part of me would like another glimpse of the curvy woman standing by the window with her pretty mouth hanging open, but I've already wasted enough time tonight. In 4 weeks, maybe sooner if her courses start before then, Willow Astor will be out of my life for good. Best if I don't grow any more interested in her than I am at the moment, which is already far too interested indeed.
Chapter 6. Willow. I'm not pregnant. I know I'm not. There is absolutely no chance in heaven or hell that I'm going to give birth anytime soon. I didn't have sex with Pax. I haven't, in fact, had sex with anyone. Ever. I'm still a virgin. Not because I haven't had the urge or the opportunity to get naked and horizontal with an interesting man or 3, but because virginity until marriage for female pack members was decreed law by my alpha. And yes, loads of women and girls break that rule, getting around it by being careful with birth control and not getting caught. But my family was already existing on the fringes of Victor's patience. He was looking for an excuse to hurt my father and punish my family. I was terrified he'd insist on a physical exam before my mate-claiming ceremony. I'd fail, and then he'd torture my father right in front of me before selling me into sex slavery to the creepy vamps that run the bondage club down by the waterfront. I'm interested in bondage, but not in fangs and bondage, and I knew I'd never forgive myself if I was the reason my father had to suffer more abuse at Victor's hands. So I waited. I said no when I wanted to say yes to Devin, my high school boyfriend, and Zeke, my best friend with benefits in college. Zeke made me feel oodles of good things with most of our clothes still on, and he swore we'd be careful with birth control. He said no one would be able to say for sure that I hadn't popped my cherry riding horses or at a gymnastics competition or something when I was a kid. But I've never ridden a horse, and I'm about as gymnastic as a tub of Nutella. So I kept my clothes on. Mostly. And I'm so glad I did. Last night, just as I'd always feared, Victor sent a pack physician to the waiting room before the ceremony. There, behind a flimsy screen, while the rest of the women attending the event whispered and gossiped about what a slut I must be in order to require an examination in the first place, the doctor verified my virginity. My hymen is still intact, and Pax's limp grossness wasn't up for doing anything to change that. Therefore, I am absolutely not expecting a baby. No way, no how. But that doesn't stop me from imagining that baby, and how fiercely I would want to defend it, love it, nurture it, and protect it with my life. It doesn't stop me from hating Maxim for being a heartless monster who would deprive my sweet little one of his or her mother just because Maxim can't be bothered with putting up with me and wants to be the big bad wolf in control of all he surveys. He is repulsive, cold, cruel, and so unbearably sexy that my panties were soaked by the time he left the bedroom last night. Nothing in my personal experience prepared me for the wave of hunger that swept through me as he fisted his hand in my hair and stared down at me like I was a treat he wanted to devour in one bite. I have no idea if he felt the attraction too, or if he was just manhandling me to assert his dominance the way alpha holes do. But for me, the tension was thick enough to cut with a plastic spork. We wouldn't even need a knife. Though I could use a knife right now to cut these massive hunks of melon into chewable pieces. I scrub my hand across my face, blinking as I refocus on my breakfast. I barely slept last night. I was up tossing and turning, my skin tormented by the unbearable softness of the satin sheets and steamy dreams featuring Maxim's rough hands. Maybe I'm just not seeing the knife. I scan the table again. Toasted English muffin, butter, jam, yogurt with slivered almonds on top, orange juice coffee, and a plate with insanely huge wedges of a cantaloupe on top, but no knife, just a fork and a spoon. If I wanted to hurt myself, I could do it with a fork, I grumbled to the empty room, or a shard of that hideous face. It really is awful, isn't it? A feminine voice says from the bathroom, making me yip and fall out of my chair in my haste to turn around. A silvery laugh fills the air as I scramble back to my feet and spin to see a dangerously pretty young woman in a black sweater and jeans, with stick-straight raven-colored hair falling to her waist, and big eyes nearly as dark as Maxim's. Her nose is sharp and straight, like Maxim's too. A relative, maybe? "Sorry," she says, sounding sincere. "I didn't mean to scare you. I was just going to spy a little and leave, but you're funny." She nods toward the bathroom. "That vase is a monstrosity. Aunt Claudia should have her eyes examined. I can't believe anyone pays her to decorate anything, ever." She bobs her shoulder. "But then my brother never comes in here anyway, or he didn't until last night." She bites her lip, but the smile she's trying to suppress bursts through after only a moment or two. "I know he thinks you're a spy and all that, but I'm dying to hear all the Blood River gossip. And the brother gossip. Is it true he was in here with you until 1 a.m? Sit, let's talk." She crosses the room, moving past me to settle into the chair across from mine at the small breakfast table. "Tell me everything. You can trust me, I promise. I'm a vault." "I'm Willow," I say, sounding as flustered as I feel. I settle back into my chair. "Nice to meet you, Vault." She chuckles, soft and husky this time, again reminding me of Maxim. "See? Funny, I like you. About time Maxim had a girlfriend with a little spunk. And a wolf, too. That's crazy." She adds confidentially, "He never dates wolves, like, ever." "Really?" I say, intrigued. I file that nugget of information away for later and redirect. "But we're not dating. I'm his prisoner." She waves a breezy hand through the air. "For now? But he put you up in the consort's quarters. That means something. Mark my words, you two are going to be an item before Christmas, which is my least favorite holiday, by the way. I don't like the cold, and Santa is so creepy. You two have to couple up and be cute together, so I have something to look forward to." I hum beneath my breath. "Well, I'm pretty sure we hate each other, and there's a better chance of hell freezing over. But I'll take that under consideration, Miss..." She rolls her eyes with a laugh and reaches a slim hand across the table. "Sorry, Diana. Maxim's little sister, perpetual thorn in his side, way more capable of protecting myself and not getting into trouble than most people assume, and better at sneaking around, which I've just proven by breaking into your room, even though only Maxim is supposed to be able to do that." I give her fingers a squeeze. "Nice to meet you, Diana," I say, and mean it. So far, this chatty sprite is a font of interesting information. Why is Maxim the only one who can get in? Or out, I add silently, because yes, I did try the front door to my suite last night after Maxim left, and was frustrated, but not surprised, to find it locked from the outside. "His ring has a key code inside it," she says. "Like the kind they use at hotels, but it's not hard to hack those sorts of things, if you know how, which I do. But I wouldn't if Maxim let me live my life instead of trapping me in this tower like a tragic shifter Rapunzel. So really, it's his fault I'm snooping into his private business right now." She smiles and adds a little sheepishly, "And yours. If I'm being too pushy, it's cool to tell me to back off. My feelings won't be hurt. I'm just so curious. I've heard tons of whispering this morning, but everyone shuts up when they see me coming. So I figured I'd come straight to the source, you know?" She wiggles her thin brows. "So, why are you here? How do you know Maxim? And were you making out with him until 1 a.m. last night? Only yes or no on that one, no details, because he's my brother and that would be gross." I briefly explain my predicament, then add, "And no, we weren't making out. We were arguing about whether or not I should be allowed to stick around and help raise my child if I do happen to be pregnant." "Shit." She shakes her head. The humor vanished from her expression as she sits back in her chair. "I'm so sorry, Willow. That really, really sucks." I bob a shoulder. "Yeah, it does, but I'm not sure anything I can say to your brother will change his mind. He seems very stubborn." "He's impossible. But we will change his mind on this. I'll make sure of it. If your baby stays here, you stay too." Her dark eyes begin to shine. "I lost my mom when I was really young. I don't remember much about her, but what I do," she swallows. "Well, those are some of my very best memories. Kids need their mothers, and I can already tell you'll be a great one." I nod, surprised to find myself getting emotional too. "Thanks. My mom is my hero. I always hoped I'd get the chance to use all the things she taught me with my own babies." Diana's brows pinch closer together. "Is she sick or something?" I shake my head. "No, just gone. And I'm not sure if I'll ever get to see her again." "Why?" she asks, then winces. "Sorry, I'm prying again, I can't help it. Maxim says I have no boundaries, but Dad says I'm just a people person like him." Her eyes widen, and she leans in again, adding in a softer voice. "That's why Maxim's being such a dick to you, by the way. Someone poisoned my dad last year. He almost died, and he's still not back to normal. He's super tired all the time, and in occupational therapy to learn how to walk and stuff. And he can't play the guitar anymore, which is super sad because my dad was, like, famous." "Yeah, I know," I say. "I mean, I knew he was a big jazz musician. Jukebox Thorne, right?" She beams. "Yeah. His real name's Jimmy, but everyone calls him Jukebox. Music is his life, except for Pac and family, of course. So, it's been hard." "I can imagine," I say, reaching over to give her hand a squeeze. "That's so hard, seeing someone you love struggling." But I honestly had no idea anything had happened. In the parallel, the gossip was that he handed the pack over to Maxim so he could write a memoir. "Yeah, that's the story," she says. "Maxim wanted to keep it super quiet until he could figure out who did it. But so far, not so good. He thinks this guy Shane, a refugee we took in last year, did it, but literally no one else thinks that. Not even Hermione, and she's got great instincts." I pick up my coffee cup, only to set it back down again as the meaning of her words penetrates. "Shane? Shane Green?" Her eyes widen. "Yeah. Did you know him?" "Yeah," I say, nodding faster. "He's such a cool guy. He plays guitar too, and is a phenomenal cook. He used to bring the most amazing dishes to study group. The rest of us were chips and box cookie losers." I frown. "But he just dropped off the face of the earth. A little over a year ago. No one had any idea what happened to him." Your mate happened to him," she says, baring her teeth in a cringe smile. "Sorry. Should we call him that? Are you guys, like, automatically divorced or whatever since he ran away?" I lift a cool shoulder and let it fall. I have no idea, and at this point, I don't think it really matters. I'm more concerned about whether he's going to let me live than our marital status. Her eyes darken. He's such a monster. Shane was almost dead when we fished him out of the river. He had such a deep wound in his leg, the doctor said he might never walk right again. Apparently, he told Pax to leave his little sister alone at a club one night. Pax and his friends were waiting for him when he left, beat the crap out of him, then stuck his leg in a bear trap and left him to bleed out. It was a miracle he escaped. I pushed my plate away with a shake of my head, the last of my appetite ruined. God, that poor man. I don't suppose he's still around. No, he was already gone when Maxim went looking for him. He knew Maxim was super suspicious of outsiders. I bet he saw the writing on the wall and ran. My brother has a reputation for locking people up first and figuring out if they're guilty or innocent later. I arch a wry brow. You don't say. She winces and lets out a sympathetic moan. Ugh, I'm so sorry. And you didn't even do anything. I mean, how would he feel if the shoe were on the other foot? What if I ran to another pack for protection after my mate turned out to be an abusive shit, and they locked me up and treated me like a criminal? You might mention that to him, I say, even though I don't expect it would make much of a difference. Empathy doesn't seem to be Maxim's strong suit. I'll try. She runs a hand through her long hair with a sigh. But fair warning, he'll probably ignore me. It's one of his favorite things to do. But sometimes that works in my favor. She glances over her shoulder toward the window at the dazzling fall morning outside, before turning back to me and adding in a hushed voice, "If we can get him to loosen the leash on you a little, I have friends on the outside who might be willing to help. I'll have to ask them to know for sure, but, well, my boyfriend is totally cool, and he's tight with the big cat shifters in Spanish Harlem and their sister pride in Albany. They have an entire division devoted to helping outcast shifters. They don't usually take wolves since we're so annoyingly vengeful and shit, but they might be willing to make an exception if I vouch for you. I mean, my boyfriend's a panther shifter, and I might end up being one of their pride someday, so..." I fight to school the surprise on my face, but some of my shock seeps into my tone as I ask, "Really? And Maxim's okay with that?" I mean, I've heard some packs in Europe are okay with intershifter dating, but on our side of the pond, most alphas would rather lose a wolf to the street wars than to love outside our species. Her eyes go saucer-wide. Of course not. He'd lose his mind if he knew, like, for real. He would probably murder me and then get a necromancer to bring me back from the dead so he could murder me again. Her lips curve in a shy smile. But that's why I told you, so you'll know you can trust me. You have a secret on me now. Leverage. I promise I won't say a word. I motion locking my lips and throwing away the key. I know that should be the end of it, but I can't help saying, though as a new friend who cares about your welfare, I feel it's my duty to warn you not to make a habit of being so trusting with people you've just met. I know I look harmless, but I could be a psycho killer or a spy or one of those people who don't wash their hands after they pee in a public restroom. She laughs. Not a chance. You're a good egg, I can tell. She swipes a piece of my melon, chomping off the tip as she adds, "That's my pack gift. I can read auras. If you were a creep, I would have known the second I walked in the door." She winks. "But you're delightful. Your aura is a quite fetching pink and super shiny. But then, all the best people's are..." I grin. "Yours too, I assume?" "Correct," she says, taking another bite. "So what's your pack gift?" She brings her hand to hover in front of her mouth as she chews and talks at the same time. "I mean, if you have one. I know not everyone in your pack does." "Yeah, I'm one of those," I say with a shrug. Or at least I think I am. My family never spent much time with our pack. We were outcasts. So it could be I just haven't spent enough time around other wolves for my gift to manifest. She crosses her fingers. "Oh, I hope so. That would be cool, to find out you've got a little supernatural ace up your sleeve. And a good excuse to get you out of these stupid rooms. Once Maxim learns you need the company of other wolves to help find your gift, I'm sure he'll let you out to play." "Are you out of your fucking mind?" The low, angry growl from the door leading into the sitting room makes the hairs at the back of my neck stand on end. But Diana just smiles. "Nope. I'm making our guest feel welcome. Someone has to show her a little hospitality to make up for you being such a big mean bully." "Get out, Diana," Maxim snaps, prowling into the room. "Now. And don't come back. If I see you in here again, every one of your privileges will be revoked." She rolls her eyes as she tosses what's left of the melon back on the plate. "Oh no, I won't be able to go to school or violin lessons or on dumb errands for you and Hermione. Whatever will I do with myself?" "Out!" he roars, making her flinch. "Now." She vaults from her chair. "Fine, I'm going, but you're being a jerk, and I'm going to tell Dad. There's no reason to hold Willow prisoner. Her aura is amazing. Way better than yours, in fact, in case you're interested." Maxim sucks in a breath, but Diana is already racing from the room, shouting, "I'm leaving! I'm leaving! God, you're so impossible!" The door to the suite slams behind her, and Maxim turns to me with flames shooting out of his ears. "If she's stupid enough to disobey me and come in here again, you don't say a word to her. Do you understand me?" I lift my hands at my sides. Fine. But she seems very sweet. And as someone who was a teen girl not long ago, I can tell you the best way to— "Not a fucking word!" he shouts. "Okay," I say, my eyes going wide. "Anything else you'd like to yell about this morning, oh Alpha, my Alpha?" His hands ball into fists, and his dark eyes shoot daggers into mine across the room. I hold his gaze, not looking away, even when he lets out a long, skin-prickling growl that my wolf instincts assure me indicate I'm about to be skinned alive. Or fucked really hard and really well. Because there it is again, the sexual tension from last night, sizzling in the air between us, making me want to squirm in my seat. But I don't. I refuse to let this man know that just feeling his eyes raking up and down my body is enough to make my nipples tighten and my inner wolf want to roll over and offer him my underbelly and anything else he would like. Sometimes I really hate that inner wolf, the part of me that's so desperate for physical love, sex, and affection. But maybe I wouldn't hate it if all the alphas I'd met weren't such jerks. In my fantasies, submitting to my bossy, dominant partner is hot and sexy. Fun, even. I imagine it would be like shifting, but instead of slipping into my fur to play in the woods for a night, I'd be escaping into a role for a frolic in the sheets. I bet it would feel like that. Like play. Steamy, intense, addictive, multi-orgasmic play. Maxim wrenches his gaze from mine with a curse and turns back toward the sitting room. He's halfway to the door to the suite when he turns around and charges back, stopping long enough to point a finger at my chest and command, "There are clothes for you in the closet. Get dressed and be ready to leave in 20 minutes. Hermione will take you to the witness room to get your statement." Then he's gone again, storming away in such a swirl of alpha energy that it isn't until he's gone that I realize how flustered he must have been to forget why he came to my rooms in the first place. And he wasn't flustered because of Diana. I'd bet my right pinky finger that it was the heat between us that sent him running. And if he wants me even half as much as I want him, then I may still have a card or two up my sleeve. I suppose there's one way to find out.
Chapter 7. Maxim. Fuck me eyes. The woman has the sexiest, most shameless, come and get me and give it to me against the wall eyes I've ever seen. Sitting there in her pajamas with her hair wild from sleep and English muffin crumbs on her lap, she couldn't have been less my type. She was snuggly, not elegant, curvy and casual instead of strong and lean with just the hint of softness. I like women who can keep up with me in the gym and the bedroom, not bookish scientists who clearly spent more time hitting the books and the buffet than the pavement for a morning run. Despite her pretty eyes and plush mouth, Willow is fairly average-looking. So why was meeting her gaze enough to make me want to bend her over the foot of the bed and own her slick little pussy? Because she was wet. I could smell her, a salty, sweet scent that spun through my head like the aroma of breakfast frying in the kitchen after a long night out in the cold, feeling starved to the spine. She literally made my mouth water. I swiped the back of my hand across my lips as I stalked to the elevator and punched the button for basement level 2. I need to get laid. That's all this is. I've been sleeping alone too much lately, letting pack business creep into my recreational hours until I'm all work and no play. On instinct, I whip out my phone and shoot a text to Trix. Up for drinks tonight? La Luna's rooftop garden, 10 o'clock, my treat. In just a few seconds, her reply pops through.
Oh no, it will be my treat, darling. Assuming you're taking me back to your place after. I've been having nightmares about your cock all week.
Lips quirking, I text back. Nightmares? I thought my cock gave you sweet dreams. She shoots over.
Not when I'm dreaming about you getting taken off the market, mister. I need you to stay single for at least another month or two, okay? At least until I have a mold of your man downstairs made for my personal dildoing pleasure. I promise, if you let me get after you with my plaster, I won't share the mold with anyone else. It'll be mine and mine alone.
Trix designs sex toys for a living and has been after me to let her create an homage to my man downstairs for months. I'm never going to do anything of the sort. I'm not a shy man by any means, but I am a private one. But I'm not above dangling a carrot, so to speak. I step out of the elevator, texting. We'll discuss it later, after you've shown me what a bad girl you can be. See you at 10. Wear the purple dress I like. She sends back an emoji with stars for eyes, a unicorn, and several eggplants. Fairies love their emojis, before signing off with,
See you then.
I slide my phone back into the pocket of my black suit pants, but I don't feel as settled as I usually would after making a date. I have urges like any other man, but I'm not ruled by them. When it becomes apparent I need to blow off steam with a member of the opposite sex, I make arrangements to do so, and that's that. Then I'm instantly back to business and focused on the next item on my to-do list. But the only thing I can think about doing right now is a curvy little wolf. By the time Hermione leads Willow into the interrogation room 30 minutes later, I've had imaginary Willow in my shower, in my bed, and in one of the alcoves at La Luna, where I pushed up her skirt and made her come on my mouth while warning her not to make a sound, or I'd punish her when we got home. But of course, this isn't her home. This is her prison. And even that for only a few weeks. Maybe sooner. I make a mental note to get my personal physician in to examine Willow and determine exactly where she is in her cycle, and sit back in my chair to watch the interrogation, grateful I can't smell her through the one-way glass. Hermione motions for her to sit on one side of the gray steel table and pulls out a chair on the other.
Would you like a water or a coffee before we start? We also have tea, but I wouldn't recommend it. It isn't the good stuff. No, I'm fine, thanks.
Willow settles into her seat, pushing up the sleeves on the orange sweater she chose from the closet. It was the least formal option made available to her, and a part of me takes that as further evidence that she isn't anything close to my type. Another part can't help noticing that she looks beautiful in the color, and yet another snarls that all parts should stop thinking about Willow as anything but a prisoner at once.
But I confess I'm a little nervous,
Willow adds, motioning to the mirrored wall, behind which I sit in near darkness.
I feel like I'm on one of those cop shows. I would ask if I need a lawyer, but most alphas don't seem to be into due process, so...
Hermione's lips curve a bit, not enough to really be called a smile, but enough, it seems, to put Willow at ease.
We're here because the room is already equipped with cameras and audio recording devices. You're not under suspicion for anything. We just want your statement on record, and this was the easiest way to accomplish that, okay? Okay.
Willow threads her fingers together on top of the table with a nod and a rush of breath.
I'm as ready as I'll ever be. What exactly do you want to know? Just a sequence of events, the hours leading up to when you crossed the portal. It was the night of the mate-claiming ceremony. You were at home getting ready, most likely. Let's start there.
Willow exhales again.
I actually got ready at the lab.
She bites her lip, looking up into the corner at one of the small cameras mounted on the wall.
Can you just please promise me this recording won't get back to Victor or Pax or any of the Blood River enforcers? It would be really, really bad for my family if it did. I know I'm probably a lost cause, but I don't want to get my parents in any more trouble than they're in already. This is just for our people,
Hermione assures her.
And we don't have leaks. Say what you will about Maxim, but he has the unwavering loyalty of our people. Nothing you say in this room will get back to Victor or anyone else.
Willow's shoulders relax a little.
Okay, then, yeah, I got ready at the lab while my parents quietly slipped out of town. Not too far away, but far enough they could be ready to run if they needed to. They'd already been through a mate-claiming ceremony gone wrong once. I'm sure you know about my sister.
Hermione nods.
Right.
Willow continues.
So they knew how bad things could get, but they didn't want me to be forced into a relationship with someone awful. And there are, sadly, a lot of awful men in my pack, so we made an agreement. If I didn't call Mom and Pop to tell them how excited I was about my match before 9, when the ceremony was over, they'd get out. Get out?
Hermione leans in.
How do you mean? Did they come through the portal too? No, they made other arrangements, parallel side.
Willow nibbles her lip.
I'd really rather not say more than that, though. They're innocent in every way. Their only mistake was giving birth to 2 girls with crappy horoscopes.
My second-in-command's eyes narrow.
That's odd, though, isn't it? That both you and your sister were paired with a Darius when your family is so low on the Blood River food chain. No offense, of course. None taken.
Willow says.
And yeah, it is a little strange, but Kelly and I were both born in March, and Pax and Colum were born in November, so I suppose it might make sense astrologically. You don't have any reason to believe the matches were arranged by your alpha? That Victor might have taken liberties with your star charts, or influenced the matchmakers in any way?
I nod in approval in my dark room, pleased Hermione is exploring my suspicions so early in the interview. Willow shakes her head.
No, I don't. And I can't imagine why Victor would do something like that. Even before my sister rejected his nephew and my family hit rock bottom status-wise, we weren't exactly popular. My father's a lawyer and my mother's a political scholar. Victor doesn't like smart, educated people who enjoy thinking for themselves, or who can see that he's just a big bully with an army of other bullies, not a real alpha.
Hermione hums beneath her breath, her brow furrowing as she nods.
Okay, so you and your parents had a contingency plan. You got dressed for the ceremony at the lab. What happened next?
Willow presses her lips together for a beat.
I went to Victor's house. He has a renovated mansion from the 1850s and hosts the ceremonies in the old ballroom. I joined the other women in the waiting room, but I'd only been there a few seconds when...
She trails off, her gaze dropping to the tabletop.
Victor sent a doctor in to confirm I was a virgin. None of the other women had to be examined, just me. It was humiliating, as I'm sure you can imagine. The doctor took me behind a screen, but I could still hear everyone whispering, figuring there must be a reason for Victor to suspect I'd broken his rule about female pack members remaining celibate until marriage. And had you?
Hermione asks, before adding quickly.
Just for the account of what took place? I'm sorry you had to go through that. All the wolves in our pack are encouraged to abstain from sexual relationships with other wolves before they claim a mate, but it happens, of course, and it's not a big deal. Our alphas understand that we're animals, not robots who can turn our sexuality on and off at will. That's great, but I don't think my sex life or lack of one should be any of your business.
Willow pulls at the cowl neck of her sweater before crossing her arms at her chest and sitting back in her chair.
But yeah, I was verified to be intact, if that answers your question.
Intact. So, she was a virgin until sometime last night, when Pax Darius was her first. Fuck. She deserved so much better. From him and from me. I shouldn't have teased her about being with her one true mate. I felt like an ass about it at the time, but knowing her first time was with a man like that, a man who probably gave no thought to her comfort, let alone her pleasure. Suffice it to say, I've lost my stomach for this story, but I'm the North Star Alpha. I don't run from unpleasant stories, even when I'd like to.
I was cleared to join the ceremony, and we all went out into the ballroom to take our places.
Willow continues, crossing her arms more tightly over her chest.
Their lights were low, and there were pillows on the floor, candles everywhere. It was pretty, I guess, but I was too nervous to appreciate it. I had a bad feeling about the whole thing, like A part of me just knew I was going to get paired up with the last person I wanted to spend my life with.
Her lips twist in a humorless grin.
And sure enough, Pax and I were number 4, I think, maybe 5. Things got blurry right around then. Were you drinking?
Hermione asks.
Or on some other controlled substance?
Willow exhales a soft laugh.
No, I was just trying not to cry. It takes a lot more effort than I remembered. Pax used to make me cry all the time when we were younger. I got better at fighting tears as time went on, but I haven't seen much of him since I started grad school. I was out of practice, I guess.
She sniffs.
But I refused to cry in front of everyone. The looks Pax was shooting me from his side of the room made it clear he intended to make me cry later, but I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of falling apart in front of Victor and the rest of them.
My second-in-command sighs.
Would you like a break? We can take 10. Go grab a cappuccino or something from the Atrium Cafe. Take a breather before we finish up? No, that's okay.
Willow sits forward, dragging a hand through her hair before bracing her forearms on the table.
I'd rather get it all out at once, if that's okay. Easier that way.
Hermione nods.
Okay. But let me know if you change your mind and want to stop, and take the rest at your own pace. I'll save any follow-up questions until you're finished. Okay.
Willow says, swallowing hard.
There's not that much to tell, actually. We did the binding chants with the rest of the couples, drank from the pack chalice, and signed our names in the record book. Then Pax took me upstairs. He still lives with his dad, so we didn't have very far to go.
She swallows again, with seemingly more difficulty this time.
But he has the entire 4th floor to himself, so we had privacy. The second we stepped off the elevator, he told me to take my clothes off. When I refused and said I wanted to talk, he grabbed the front of my dress and ripped it right down the middle.
Inside my shadowy room, I grit my jaw hard enough to make my teeth grind together. That worthless piece of shit. I've always hated Pax Darius. At best, he's a spoiled little sociopath. At worst, a malignant narcissist with the same cruel streak as his father. But Willow's story is adding a fresh layer of red-hot loathing. How dare he treat a member of his pack that way? Let alone his mate. She's half his size, for fuck's sake. She must have been terrified. And then she came running to you for help, and you treated her like a criminal. Good work, asshat. I remind the inner voice that this could all be a lie, a cover story to win our trust and sympathy so she can infiltrate our pack and send intelligence back to her people. But even I'm not buying it. The pain on Willow's face as she finishes her story is too real.
My bra and panties were next.
She continues in a soft, haunted voice.
I tried to fight him, to run away, but he forced me down on the floor.
She gulps in air.
At first he was too drunk to get hard, and I thought it might be okay, but then he did.
She lets out a shuddery breath, and my hands ball into fists, desperate to unleash punishment on her worthless excuse for a mate.
After, he went to get a drink of water.
She continues.
And I ran up behind him and hit him over the head with the entryway statue. I hit him hard, but I was still expecting more of a fight.
She shakes her head.
But he just fell to the ground and stayed there. For a second I thought I'd killed him, but he still had a pulse, a strong one. A part of me wanted to finish what I'd started, but...
She winces.
I couldn't. Not even him. I knew if I killed him, then I'd be like him. And I never want to have anything in common with that man. So I tied him up, stashed him in his closet, and got out of there. Luckily, his ex-girlfriend had left some clothes at his place, so I had something to wear.
She turns her hands over on the table, palms up.
And then I ran and jumped into the portal, and you know everything from there. I'm so sorry that happened to you, Willow.
Hermione says, the compassion in her voice reminding me why she's the best second I could ask for. She's good at being human. I'm good at being wolf. Together, we serve all the needs of our people. Still, I know I can't play the wolf card in this situation. My own human side demands I make amends, even if it's only in some small way. Amends are different than apologies. Amends can actually make a difference in someone's life.
Thank you.
Willow finally whispers, her shoulders hunched.
I'm sorry you have to deal with me. I just truly didn't know where else to go. All the packs in the parallel are loyal to Victor. Even the kindest of them would have turned me over to him to protect their own. You guys are the only ones with the strength to stand up to the bullies. Don't apologize,
Hermione says, reaching across the table to take Willow's hand.
I get it. You didn't have a lot of options, and wolves should be able to count on each other when times get hard.
I frown and lean forward in my chair, wondering if Hermione's forgotten that I'm back here. Surely she wouldn't dare preach to me about being an alpha wolves can count on after what happened with my father. But sure enough, she adds,
I'll talk to Maxim for you. See if he can't be swayed. I, for one, believe we can protect our pack while also showing mercy to strangers in need.
She stands, shooting a pointed look toward the glass and me before motioning to the door.
Come on, let's go get a cappuccino, my treat.
Willow stands, smiling up at the much taller woman.
Thanks, I'd like that.
I like her smile, I realize. It's sweet. But Willow's more than sweet. She's strong and stubborn and brave. She went through hell last night, but she still held my gaze this morning without flinching. She still flashed sex eyes my way, even after all she's been through. And yes, I know some betas can't help but respond sexually to an alpha, but she had no trouble refusing Pax. Fighting him, even. No, she might not like the fact that she's attracted to me. She clearly doesn't. But she didn't shy away from it. That takes guts. I like guts, too. I remind myself that strangers can't be trusted, but as Hermione and Willow leave the room, I don't try to stop them. I didn't clear Hermione to take our prisoner anywhere but from her room, down to interrogation and back again. But my second made her position clear. She thinks we should give this little wolf the benefit of the doubt. Maybe we should, maybe we shouldn't. And maybe there's a way to find out for sure if I'm willing to call in a favor. Trusting my gut, I pull up the text thread with Trix and ask, Does your sister still deal in truth stones? If so, I'm in the market for a few. Again, Trix doesn't keep me waiting.
We're totally secure on this line, right?
I assure her that we are, and she continues.
Yes, she does, but she's out of town with her boyfriend. Can it wait a week? I could ask around for another recommendation, but Felicity's stones really are the best. She doesn't cut corners with the spell work the way a lot of the bigger operations do, and she's excellent at keeping secrets.
I frown, but reply, That's fine. It can wait. She sends back a smiley face and a thumbs up, and then,
Sweet. Can't wait to see you tonight.
I frown harder, and before I realize what I'm doing, I'm canceling the date. I explain that some unexpected pack business came up and promise to hook up with her soon. Trix is cool about the change of plans, but her final text, a playful warning not to find a girlfriend between now and next week, hints that she senses there's another woman on my mind. And there is, even though starting something with Willow is impossible. The most I can offer our refugee is a provisional place in our pack and protection for her and her child, if she proves trustworthy. Truth stones will cost a pretty penny, both in coin and in the risks inherent in purchasing forbidden spells. Fairies are forbidden to sell charms outside fae circles, and the High Fairy Court doesn't just punish fairies who break the rules. They take their pound of flesh from the people who buy enchantments too, a form of deterrence that's, unsurprisingly, quite effective. But there are always customers who will accept the risk in return for the reward, and it looks like I'm about to become one of them. I'm putting my safety and the safety of my pack in jeopardy for a wolf I barely know, who means nothing to me. It's not the smartest thing I've ever done, not by a long shot. Perhaps I'll rethink the wisdom of the purchase before the week is through. But deep down, I know I won't. My gut is screaming that I need to find out the truth about Willow Astor, that she's important to the future of the North Star Pack in some way I can't logically sort out, but that my instincts know for certain. And my instincts are almost never wrong. Maybe it's just that having Pax Darius's son under my control will change the dynamic between our two packs forever, finally giving me the leverage I need to start reestablishing a presence in the parallel. That's probably all it is, and Willow's usefulness to the North Star Wolves will end when she gives birth. But that doesn't mean I have to add insult to injury. I don't want to have anything in common with Pax either, least of all a shared habit of treating his mate like shit. If Willow passes the Truth Stone test, I'll make it clear I've changed my mind, and she's welcome to stay as a full-fledged member of our pack. Until then, I'll walk the line between kindness and caution. And I know just how to start.
Chapter 8. Willow. I'm out of prison, wandering around a bright, open communal floor with soaring floor-to-ceiling windows and ginkgo trees growing in massive planters scattered throughout the space. The smells of coffee and fresh-baked scones at the cafe compete with the savory smells wafting from the sit-down restaurant on the other side of the atrium, and the air is alive with laughter and conversation. The ruckus grows muted for a moment as Hermione and I cross the polished marble floor to get in line for a coffee, but resumes with renewed fervor in just a few minutes. Clearly, these people are too excited about life to be quiet for long. It's so nice to see. Incredible, really. Everywhere I look, there are groups of shifters chatting, eating, playing chess at the tables by the windows, or kicking a ball around the astroturf outside on the large balcony space. Even the people in business suits, chatting intently over laptops, look relaxed, at ease. It's just a bunch of normal shifters having a normal day, and by the time we get our coffees and grab a table for two not far from a gated toddler playground, where little wolves are tumbling over each other, shifting back and forth between forms, playing as puppies, then babies, then puppies again, I have tears in my eyes. I'm sorry for what happened. And for making you relive it this morning, Hermione says, her brow knitting as she empties a raw sugar packet into her cappuccino. If you'd like to talk to someone, I can arrange for a crisis counselor to come to your room later. We have some really great people on staff. I blink faster, swiping a tear away with my napkin before it can fall. No, it's not that. I mean, last night was awful, but I trail off, biting my bottom lip as I try to put the feelings swirling inside me into words. Things have just been so bad for our pack. For so long. So long that bad became normal, but it's not. This is normal. People living their lives without watching everything they say and do, or being terrified they'll be punished for the tiniest little thing. For looking left on a day when the Alpha decided everyone should look right or something. Sometimes people were punished, even killed, for things that seemed that arbitrary. It was traumatizing, I say, realizing as I speak just how true the words are. Only now, away from my pack, and able to relax a little for the first time in years, do I realize how scared I've been, how anxious and on edge, Even lying to Hermione this morning in an interrogation room was less stressful than my daily life in the parallel. But then it didn't really feel like a lie. No, Pax didn't succeed in raping me, but he got damned close. I'm never going to forget what it felt like to have his big body leveraged over me, pinning me, naked to the floor while he tried to shove his flaccid penis inside me. Honestly, the horror of it all didn't hit until I was telling the story to Hermione. I was so focused on getting here and finding a way to win Maxim over that I haven't stopped to think about those few minutes on the floor in Pax's foyer. I haven't stopped to think about a lot of things that have happened in the past few years. Hell, the past decade. It's just been one trauma after another for our pack and for my family. So, yeah, a crisis counselor would probably be nice. Really nice. If I thought I could trust the counselor to keep everything I say between the two of us. But I'm not sure if doctor-patient confidentiality is a thing when you're Maxim's prisoner. And I can't afford to screw up. I'm on borrowed time as it is. Can I get back to you on the counselor? I add, cupping my hands around my coffee with extra cream. I'd kind of like to stop thinking about it right now. But it might be nice to talk to someone. Eventually. Hermione nods. Of course, whenever you're ready. I understand wanting to wait. I lost my dad 5 years ago, but I wasn't ready to talk about it until last year, after Jukebox was poisoned. Seeing him in the hospital brought back all those grief feelings I'd pushed aside. But I felt ready to deal with them at that point. I wasn't before. I'm sorry you lost your dad, I say, my throat tight. Thanks. Me too. She glances over my shoulder, her pale brows lifting ever so slightly as she murmurs, "Well, wonders never cease." I turn in my chair to see Maxim crossing the marble toward a table of laptop-juggling people by the windows, looking like a movie star playing a businessman in his black pants, white button-down, and gray vest. He's that gorgeous. The kind of person who's too extraordinary to look like he belongs in the same world as the rest of us. Until this point in my experience with the man, his perma-scowl has helped take the edge off his beauty. But now, with his features relaxed and a softness in his eyes that wasn't there before, he is breathtaking. And still sexy as hell. Even fresh from rehashing memories of Pax and his cold, clammy, alcohol-soured skin pressed to mine, my body responds to the sight of Maxim Thorne. It's crazy, really. No man has ever affected me this way. And yes, I know alpha pheromones can be intense things, but I really thought I was a different kind of beta. Honestly, I wasn't even sure I was a beta. Women are never classified as alphas in any of the parallel packs. Never. If you don't have a dick, you don't have dominant energy. It's a belief accepted as truth. But I've never felt fulfilled by facilitating the alpha's vision the way a beta wolf is supposed to feel. I've never found obeying orders comforting or natural, and the absolute submission of the Omega class certainly never appealed. I don't like working in groups and chafe under micromanagement from my superiors. I was born with defiance in my veins and a habit of questioning authority that my mother was afraid would get me killed before I graduated elementary school. As I grew older, I learned to hide my secret alpha leanings, but they've always been there, simmering beneath the surface, making me wonder why other people are always calling the shots. I want to call the shots. I want to lead the charge. I want to head up the next experiment, decide who I should marry, and when I should marry them, and have an equal voice in my home. Even my secret fantasies about being dominated by a powerful wolf aren't beta-flavored. I don't crave the comfort of submitting to an alpha. I crave the combat, the electricity, the fire of two strong personalities colliding in the bedroom. And yes, in my dreams, my man ends up on top, so to speak, but only because I allow it. Only because he's earned my respect and submission. Something instinctive inside me insists Maxim would get it. Get me. and that he'd give me everything I've been dreaming about and more. If I weren't his prisoner, and if starting something with him wouldn't guarantee he learns I'm a liar with my hymen on fire, of course, I'm still a virgin. And once he finds out... Well, that's the problem with the flirt my way into his good graces plan I cooked up this morning. Flirting with Maxim could quickly become something more than flirting, and if it becomes too much more, this entire thing will blow up in my face. But Diana did say that he never slept with wolves. So maybe it would be okay to play with fire. Just a little bit. Seriously, take your time. I'm used to playing second fiddle, I hear Hermione say, and I turn, my cheeks flushing hot. I'm sorry. I was just worried he'll be mad that I'm out of my rooms. Hermione's lips curve. Right. And I'm worried that my coffee is going to turn into an ice cream cone. I nod seriously, giving her cup a hard look. Interesting. Is that something that happens around here? I mean, I've heard the human world is different. She laughs beneath her breath. It's fine. He's magnetic, I get it. I'd probably have a thing for him, too, if I didn't have other preferences. I pull in a breath, but stop the question on the tip of my tongue before it can escape into the air. I think I know what she means, but I don't want to jump to the wrong conclusion, especially when I'm not sure if being gay is okay in this pack. It most certainly isn't in mine. It's grounds for torture. A rumor that a wolf has been experimenting with someone of the same sex is enough to earn them a 2-month stay at Victor's corrections facility. Of course, he doesn't correct anything. There's nothing wrong with the wolves in the first place. All he does is torture them until they're too scared to act on their feelings, or so much as look at the person they used to love. It's heartbreaking. For all his bluster and cruelty when it comes to outsiders, I can't imagine Maxim having a policy like that one. But years of walking on eggshells has taught me to be cautious. Yes, I prefer women, Hermione says, her eyes dancing with amusement. It's okay to ask. People aren't shy about their sexuality here. But you said Maxim and his dad encouraged pack members to abstain from sex before marriage. Her smile widens. Sex with other wolves. Just because we don't like to shit where we eat. We all have to live in this tower together, for safety. It's best for everyone if you hold off on having sex or children outside your mate bond. Just makes things less complicated, you know? I blink. No, I didn't know. So, you're free to have sex with humans? Humans, yes. She bobs her head back and forth. Though they're usually last on the list. They're so fragile. You have to be careful with a human in the bedroom. Make sure to keep your teeth and claws under wraps at all times. But fairies, vampires, djinn, even a witch if she's powerful enough, they can all give as good as they get. I can feel my eyes going saucer wide. You sleep with vampires? But don't they want to kill you over here? Because they definitely want to kill us over there. They hunt wolf blood like it's the Holy Grail. So I've heard. Hermione shrugs, her lips pursing for a beat before she says, the vampire's human side are more refined. They want wolf blood, yeah, but they're willing to earn it. Never underestimate the erotic devotion of a vampire who's promised to make you come 3 times before they get a drink. She laughs, motioning toward my face with her cup. You're scandalized. I'm sorry. Too much too soon? I shake my head. No, I'm just... I take a sip of my coffee, struggling to name the feeling swirling inside. I think I'm intrigued. She grins. Good. You should be. There's a big, cool world out there, and when you've got the right people watching your back, it's pretty fun to explore it. Explore? God, that sounds amazing. I've never even let myself imagine that before, I find myself confessing. I think I knew if I did. Hermione sobers, her brows drawing closer as she prods. If you did. That it might destroy me, I whisper. It's dangerous to want things you know you'll never have. In my old life, it was safer to keep my dreams small, manageable, to hope for okay, and try to ignore that almost everything was not enough. Well, We'll see if we can change all that, she says, a spark in her eyes that makes me think she really is on my side, that she wants me to have a place here, a home. Just keep doing what you're doing with Maxim. Whatever it is, it's working, or he wouldn't have given me permission to take you out for a coffee. I blink. He did? He did, she confirms, glancing behind me again. And he's on his way over, so get ready. Chapter 9. Willow. I gulp. But all we've done is fight. Some semi-civil conversation last night, but yeah, mostly fighting. Hermione grins as she pushes her chair back and stands. Good. Keep showing him what you're made of, kid. And I'll catch you later. Later, I wheeze, barely having enough time to drag in another tight breath before Maxim is on the other side of the table, glaring down at me. No, not glaring. Watching. Intently. But without any malice in his dark eyes. I don't know what's changed, but his tone is also much mellower than usual as he says, I've been thinking. I sit up straighter, nodding slowly. Thinking is good, usually. Unless you're overthinking, and that can be bad. Brain running in circles and all that. I bite my bottom lip, willing myself to stop babbling. For some reason, chill Maxim makes me even more nervous than asshole Maxim. Yes, he says, his lips lifting ever so slightly on one side. But I've been doing just the right amount of thinking. About what Diana said this morning. About helping you discover your pack gift. My brows shoot up my forehead. Really? I thought you wanted to keep me locked up alone until you heartlessly wrenched my baby from my arms and put me out on the street. His eyes narrow, but his voice is still mild, almost friendly, as he says, That's not off the table. But I've decided I'm willing to grant you additional liberties, as long as you promise to abide by my rules. I tip my head to one side, and those rules are... You don't leave your rooms unchaperoned. Hermione or I will be with you at all times. And you don't interact with other pack members without permission. That sounds reasonable. You sound surprised, he says. I am, I say, pleasantly so, and I'm happy to abide by the rules. I wouldn't trust a stranger around the people I love without vetting them first either. There are a lot of bad wolves in the parallel. I promise you I'm not one of them, but you're still smart to be careful. I hesitate, pressing my fingertips against my mug before I add, but I'm not sure how I can discover my pack gift without actually being around the pack. Let me worry about that, he says. Just be ready to leave your rooms at 7. I'll send up something for you to wear. Okay, I say, risking a smile. Thank you. I appreciate that chance to earn your trust. So far from everything I've seen, your pack seems wonderful. Thank you. He lifts a hand, motioning to someone behind me. Kristoff will escort you back to your rooms. See you tonight, little wolf. Tonight, I echo, my skin prickling all over again. I shouldn't like that diminutive moniker, but when he says it like that, all husky and hopeful, I can't help myself. I don't mind the nickname, and I wouldn't mind being his little wolf. In fact, I imagine it would be a pretty incredible thing to be under his protection. Or just under him, period. Trouble, I mutter to myself as Maxim walks away, leaving me with the stern-faced Kristoff. Thoughts like that are asking for trouble. But I'm not sure I can help myself. My hormones have a mind of their own when it comes to that alpha. But as long as I keep my body under control, everything will be fine. Right?
Chapter 10. Maxim. It's been years since I've been to a pack performance. When I was a kid, I never missed a concert or play, but as alpha training with Dad got more intense, there wasn't much time for entertainment. And then I took over the grittier side of our pack business at 18, overseeing the creation and distribution of street drugs, and playtime was a thing of the past. I've devoted myself to my area of expertise, pushing for more addictive drugs with less intense side effects, ensuring passionate, repeat customers who manage to live long, healthy lives. As long as they don't overdo it, of course. Even our drugs can be dangerous if taken in large enough quantities, but so can milk or water. I don't feel an ounce of guilt for what I do, only pride that I've managed to increase our bottom line tenfold and fund things like the modernization of the Pack Theater, bringing the sound and lighting systems up to snuff with any Broadway space uptown. But as I dress in a gray pinstriped suit and a silver tie that will complement the cocktail dress I had sent over for Willow, it's strange to realize it's been 12 years since I've been to a live performance. Our pack is chock full of talented as hell actors, singers, and musicians. As a musician himself, arts education has always been important to my father. And even though my brother and I emerged without a lick of artistic ability, that all landed in Diana's genetic code, I've always been proud of this side of our people. We're not just clever and capable and tough as fucking nails. We're artists. We think and feel and create things that make others think and feel, too. This is what really separates us from the thug packs in the parallel. We believe in fostering curiosity as well as loyalty. Our humanity and our wolf. But you were awfully quick to remind Willow that we aren't human last night. I narrow my eyes at my reflection. Last night wasn't my finest hour, but the inner voice has a point. Since becoming alpha in the wake of the attack on my father, I've become laser-focused on security. But if I let the threats to the pack turn me into a thug, then I'll be no better than the Neanderthals in the parallel. Tonight isn't just a chance to get to know Willow. It's a chance to show my pack that their alpha values art and beauty as much as money and power. I'm actually looking forward to the evening. And then I open Willow's front door to find her standing on the other side, waiting for me in a short, sparkling silver gown that clings to her curves and lightly applied makeup that emphasizes her plush mouth, and my anticipation grows teeth and claws. Instantly, my primal side wants to rip the gown off of her and haul her off to the bed in the other room, where I'll make her berry-stained mouth moan for me. But unlike her shit stain of a mate, I have control over my animal side. And if I did lose control and drag her in for a kiss, I'm positive she'd return it. I'd bet last month's profits she's every bit as interested in getting me out of my clothes as I am in ripping off hers. I can see it in her eyes, in the way her gaze skims up and down my body, her lips parting and a soft sound of appreciation slipping out as I offer her my arm. "Ready?" I ask, ignoring the thickening behind my fly as her fingers curl around my bicep.
I think so,
she says, curiosity animating her features as I lead her down the thickly carpeted hall toward the elevators.
I take it we're bound for somewhere fancy?
Our theater company's performance of Fiddler on the Roof, then dinner after at the rooftop bistro. A delighted sound bubbles up in her throat.
Oh my God, that's my favorite old musical. I used to watch it all the time when I was a kid and sing all the songs. Drove my dad crazy. He hates musicals, but Mom, Kelly, and I were addicts.
A shadow passes behind her eyes as she adds in a softer voice.
But you probably knew that about Kelly.
No, actually I didn't, I say, pressing the down button. We were too busy getting into trouble for wholesome distractions. She glances up at me from the corner of her eyes. Yes, I prompt after a moment.
This is a very wholesome activity, and not what I was expecting.
You were thinking we'd, what, Snort some poof and go attack humans in the park? She laughs.
No, I thought maybe sipping bourbon in a dark bar or watching an MMA fight or something. Something dark and broody and alpha-ish. Definitely not musical theater.
Alphas can appreciate art too, little wolf, I say as the elevator dings and the doors glide open.
Not the ones I've met,
she murmurs as we step inside, her fingers curling a little tighter into my arm.
It's a nice surprise. Thank you.
It's also a chance for you to be surrounded by my pack without interacting with them. We'll have our own private box to the right of the stage. She pushes up on her tiptoes, her shoulders lifting closer to her ears as the car zooms downward.
Wow, that's awesome. I've never been in a private box before. To be totally honest, I've never been to the theater at all. We could never afford it.
Then we'll make sure your first time is perfect, I say, the words bringing to mind less pleasant first times. I hadn't meant to bring this up so soon, but I'm sure she expects I've watched her recorded statement from this morning by now. And for what it's worth, last night should have been perfect for you too. Pax should be castrated slowly and painfully. She looks up at me again. Pain, gratitude, and something else. Something hopeful, but maybe a little frightened, mixing in her gaze.
Thank you. That means a lot.
It shouldn't. No man, human or wolf, should ever behave that way. Compassion in this situation should be something you can take for granted, not something you're grateful for. She arches a challenging brow.
Indeed. I'll remind you of that the next time you're being a complete alpha hole.
My lips quirk. I wouldn't do that. I don't enjoy having my words thrown back in my face.
Then don't give me a reason to throw them.
I fight a wider smile, forcing my features back into their serious mask before I say, "You're awfully mouthy for a beta."
And you're awfully gentle for an alpha, when you want to be,
she says as the car slows to a stop.
That was intended as a compliment, by the way.
So was mine. I motion toward the doors as they open. Shall we?
We shall,
she says, a new smile on her face, one that I like even better than her sweet smile. It's a smile that says maybe I'm not a complete alpha hole after all. That shouldn't matter. It usually wouldn't. Only a handful of people's opinions matter to me, and random women I've just met aren't anywhere on that list. But there's something about this little wolf. Something about her strength and sweetness. Something about the way she's swift to judge, but just as swift to forgive. Something that I like. And then we step out of the hallway into the nearly empty lobby of the theater, and her face lights up like her every secret wish has been granted, and I like her a little bit more.
It's so beautiful,
she says, her eyes shining as her gaze shifts from the Art Deco-inspired lobby with its elegant statues and gleaming bar to me and back again.
It's the most beautiful place I've ever seen.
Before I can respond, the orchestra launches into the overture inside the theater, and Willow's eyes go wide.
Oh, we should hurry. I don't want to miss a second of it,
she says, grinning up at me.
I'm so excited. I seriously don't know what to do with myself.
I grant myself the luxury of returning her grin and say, "You tell me what you want to drink. I'll place our order, and Pierre will deliver them to our box when they're ready. And it's just the opening music. We still have plenty of time."
Okay,
she whispers, her lips pressing together as she nods.
That sounds great.
And it does, damn it.
Chapter 11. Willow. It was just a smile. People smile all the time, even alphas like Maxim Thorne. But the voice of logic is no match for the butterflies still fluttering wild wings inside me a good 15 minutes later. I suffer the effects of Maxim's smile long after we're settled in our seats and the overture is drawing to a close. He's a beautiful man, no matter what expression is currently animating his features. But Maxim, when he smiles, God, he's an angel. Or a devil. Surely, if the devil were real and in the business of wooing souls from mortal women, he would send a man like Maxim to do his dirty work. I value my soul a lot, but I would seriously consider mortgaging a teensy tiny bit of it for the chance to bask in Maxim's smile for a night. Maybe even more than a teensy tiny bit. The woman who wins that smile for keeps is going to be very lucky indeed. I'm starting to think the rest of the man isn't all bad either. He's been almost charming this evening. Of course, that might just be because he thinks I was brutally attacked last night. And I was. I wasn't lying about that part. But still, I'm starting to feel guilty, and I'm not sure for what. I absolutely deserve compassion after what I've been through, whether Pax succeeded or not. If another woman were in my place, I would emphatically insist as much and encourage her to tell as many lies as it took to get Maxim and his people to show her the mercy she deserves. But it's so much easier to show others mercy. Like so many women I know, I'm far harder on myself than I would ever be on a girlfriend. Still, the icky feeling is bad enough that I find myself brainstorming ways I might be able to break the news of what really happened to Maxim in a way that wouldn't end in getting back on his bad side. Permanently. But then the curtain rises, and Tevye takes the stage for the opening number, and I forget everything outside the world the performers are creating. They are so talented and perfectly cast. In minutes, I'm swept away in the magic. I loved every second I spent watching movie musicals with my mom and sister as a kid. But this is so much better. The energy flowing from the stage, the shared laughter and waves of emotion that pass through the audience, the way Maxim discreetly presses his linen handkerchief into my hand when the Russians rush in and ruin the wedding at the end of Act 1. I can't help tearing up. It's all so much more intense than anything you get from a screen. By the time the lights come up for intermission, I'm a wreck. But in the best way. So good, I tell Maxim, sniffing and smiling, and doing my best to wipe my eyes without smearing my mascara. I can't believe how good. It's a completely different experience than the movie, and the actors are amazing. They're all North Star PAC members? The actor playing Tevye is from the Orlando Crescent PAC. But yes, the others are all ours, Maxim says, studying my face with an almost mystified expression. I sniff again, doing my best to pull myself back together. What? Am I ridiculous? He shakes his head slowly. No, not at all, just... I press my lips together, then prompt, just... Defenseless, he murmurs. Everything you think and feel shows on your face. I swallow, guilt and a whisper of fear swirling in my chest as I hope at least a few things are staying under wraps. Not everything, I say, fighting the urge to spill my guts. Confession isn't always good for the soul, and it certainly won't help me stay alive. At least not until I can figure out a way to do it without destroying the goodwill Maxim and I are building. And I'm not defenseless, just transparent. But I think that's a good thing. People shouldn't be ashamed of their feelings, and it's hard enough to form a connection with another person as it is. If you hide what you're really feeling, I shrug. Well, that makes it a lot harder to find your folks. His eyes narrow. Your folks. The people who see the world the way you see it, who like you for you. You know, I say, allowing a teasing note to creep into my voice. Like the way you feel with the other gorgeous, grumpy, super bossy alphas. At home and in good company. His lips slide into another smile, smaller than the one before. But even sexier. It's somewhere between a smirk and a grin, and it makes my heart beat faster even before he extends his arm along the back of my chair and leans in to whisper inches from my face. Flattery will get you nowhere, little wolf. I stand my ground, refusing to shift backward when his lips move even closer to mine. Who said that was flattery? I actually prefer modestly attractive, good-tempered team players. Is that right? He asks, a smile in his voice, though I can't see it. He's too close. So close I can smell the hint of smoky bourbon on his breath, and it makes me ache for a taste. But I don't want to sip from his glass. I want to brush my lips against his, swirl my tongue through his warm mouth, discover if Maxim Thorne is as good at kissing as he is at everything else. I have a feeling he would be. A feeling he would ruin me for all other men, all other mouths. So, those are your folk, then? He continues, his breath warm and delicious on my lips. The cheery team players. I shake my head the tiniest bit, afraid to move too much for fear of breaking the spell. No, I'm not cheery all the time. And I can be a tad too independent for most team projects. I'm sure if you ask the head of my old lab, he'd say independent is just another word for difficult. I swallow, letting my tongue slip out to dampen my lips as I add, I'm not sure I've found my folks yet. But I think when I find them, they'll be kind and curious, creative and compassionate, and fearless, or pretty close to it. Are you fearless, Willow? He murmurs. No, I confess, but I want to be. And I'm about to say, I want to kiss you. I'm about to lean in and do it, make the first move with not just an alpha, but the leader of one of the most powerful packs in the world. In other words, I'm about to take my life in my hands. After something like that, Maxim would have a choice between rejecting me forcefully enough to put me in my beta place, or approving forcefully enough to establish dominance. Either one would be very bad for my future here. But before I can make a potentially devastating mistake, a loud, booming sound fills the theater, shaking the walls and sending shouts of dismay rippling through the crowd below. Maxim and I both jerk our heads toward the stage in time to see the orchestra pit explode, sending wood and pieces of instruments flying into the air.
Chapter 12. Maxim. Acting on instinct, I grab Willow by the back of the neck and push her down into the floor of the box, shielding her from flying debris. Then I order her, stay down, and stand, ripping off my suit coat and tossing it to the floor. The rest of my clothes are shredded as I shift into my wolf. I couldn't navigate a jump from this height as a man, but my wolf easily leaps from our box to the one below, and from there down to the rapidly emptying orchestra seats. The civilian members of the pack are surging toward the exits with a speed and efficiency that makes me proud. This is why we drill for emergency evacuations every month, while the guards stationed by the exits and the enforcement wolves who happened to be in the audience launch into emergency protocols. As I dash toward the orchestra pit, my junior enforcers are already helping clear the theater and sounding the tower-wide alarm, while my senior officers file in behind me in their wolf forms to offer backup. I send out a telepathic command. Ease of communication is another benefit of this form. I order the wolves on my right to circle around to the backstage area and evacuate the actors. Those on my left I instruct to search for injured in the wreckage. To Hermione, who I can sense just behind me, I say, follow me and help comb the area for more explosives. I leap over the ruined remnants of the first few rows of seats and race up a narrow chunk of wood that's separated from the apron of the stage. Reaching the top, I peer over the edge into the smoking pit, gut twisting as I spot several bodies, including our orchestra director, a major talent and one of my father's dear friends, lying still in the wreckage. I tilt my head back, mentally calling for a medical team to get here ASAP, then pick my way through the rubble to the source of the blast. The epicenter is easy to spot. The far wall of the pit sports a hole the size of one of the tubas lying on the ground. I'm guessing someone planted the bomb in the instrument storage lockers. If they detonated the device during the show, every single member of the orchestra, as well as a good portion of the front few rows of the audience, would be dead. We're lucky to get away with a handful of losses, though I'm sure the dead wolves' family and friends won't feel that way. But right now I'm thinking as a warrior, a battle strategist, and my warrior gut is screaming that this was a warning, not a full-blown attack. And then I get close enough to the source of the blast to find red powder all over the ground and what's left of the back wall. Venom. I would know the popular parallel street drug by sight, but in wolf form I can smell it too. The faint, sickeningly sweet scent that should warn any shifter worth their fur to stay far away from it. Venom smells like a corpse cloaked in violets, rot spritzed with perfume. Beneath the sweetness is a smell that warns this shit will kill you. Quickly. You don't hear many stories about venom addicts causing trouble, but that's only because they go from addicted to dead so fast, making selling V a stupid, unsustainable business decision, as well as morally bankrupt and downright villainous. But the Blood River Pack's leaders don't care. They figure there are always more addicts where the last batch came from, and care very little for the lives of anyone outside their pack. Their pack. Willow. The chances that the first bold-faced Blood River attack on my pack's territory came within 24 hours of granting Pax's mate refuge can't be a coincidence. I reach out with my mind again, calling for security forces to surround and protect Willow, who was last seen in my private box in the second-level balcony. Behind me, I hear Hermione growl low in her great white wolf's throat. I turn to her with a snarl on my lips, telepathically alerting her. Blood River did this. Find Willow, help protect her. I'll see if I can track the person who planted the bomb. Without a beat of hesitation, Hermione spins and leaps back toward the top of the pit. I turn in the other direction, jumping over the red powder to land on the other side, near the door to the musician's green room. The doorway is mounded with rubble, but there's still enough space for my wolf to squeeze through at the top. Inside, I see the room already cleared. The wolves who play in the orchestra have their own emergency protocols, and no trace of the red powder on the ground. But I can still smell it in here, and, as I hoped, the sickly scent gives me a trail to follow. I cross the room to the door leading even farther beneath the stage. The heavy, soundproof portal is closed, but I'm able to open it by shoving a paw against the lever handle without shifting back into human form. Good. I still need my wolf. My human nose wouldn't notice the faint scent of venom continuing down the dark hallway leading to the rehearsal rooms, prop storage, and theater director's office deep in the bowels of the space. But my wolf easily follows the scent through the winding hallways, past the shuttered snack bar where the actors often grabbed lunch, and toward the garage/warehouse where larger set pieces and bulk building materials are delivered and stowed. I prowl through the open cargo bay door, nostrils flaring as the smell of gasoline quickly overpowers the venom stench. It's far more intense than the scent of spilled fuel or a leaking gas tank. It burns my nose, making my eyes water as I circle around a pile of lumber to see a petite scrap of a shifter in black jeans and an oversized black t-shirt cowering on the concrete in front of the parked delivery trucks, reeking of gasoline. Fur bristling into spikes across my back. I let out a warning growl, but the intruder— I can't tell if the person is male or female or what species of shifter, only that he or she can't be more than 18 and might not be wolf, only shivers harder. Sorry, the boy, I'm fairly certain it's a boy now that he's lifted his pale, wasted face to peer at me through the shadows. Gulps.
He said he'd kill my sister if I didn't do it. I'm so sorry.
I growl again and prowl closer, not impressed with the kid's excuses. If he's telling the truth, he was given a horrible choice to make, but he still made the wrong one.
Don't,
he croaks, shaking his head back and forth.
Don't come any closer. It's going to go any second. He said I only had 10 minutes after the explosion.
10 minutes until what? And who is he? Who sent you? I send out the words telepathically, but the boy doesn't seem to hear me. He has to be Blood River Pack. The fracturing of their pack structure hasn't just led to an increasingly small number of wolves discovering their pack gift. It's also decimated the telepathic abilities most shifters are able to access in our animal form. They're a rotted, dying tribe that, as far as I'm concerned, can't implode soon enough. But until the day they destroy themselves, they're also dangerous. I have to figure out how this boy breached our defenses and make sure it never happens again. I'm shifting into human form to ask my questions in a language he'll understand when he suddenly bursts into flames. It happens so fast I barely have time to duck back behind the lumber pile before the kid is on his back, screaming and writhing as fire races across his skin. The smell of burning hair and clothes and a darker, sicker smell I don't want to name fills the air. Less than a minute later, the sprinkler system hisses on, spraying the entire room with water, but it's too late for the boy. Thanks to the gasoline accelerating the fire charm he must have been carrying, he's already so much charred meat and ash. Stomach turning, I press a fist to my mouth and nose and cross to the phone on the wall by the forklift. Lifting it, I dial the command center. An operator answers in the middle of the first ring with a brisk, "Central, it's Maxim, requesting backup and a forensics team in the theater delivery bay as soon as the tower is locked down," I say, adding before the operator can respond. "And put me through to Hermione's comm."
"Yes, sir,"
he says, then adds quickly,
"Lockdown is currently at 65%, and we should have a team to you in 5.
"Excellent," I say, relieved by the news. The fact that our tower was breached is a fucking embarrassment, but at least we're circling the wagons at an impressive speed. A beat later, Hermione is on the line with less encouraging news.
"She's gone, Maxim,"
Hermione says without bothering to sugarcoat the news.
"No sign of her in the booth or anywhere in the theater. Her rooms are also empty."
Cursing beneath my breath, I begin pacing back and forth, thoughts racing. It was all a diversion to get to her.
"Looks like it," Hermione says. "Or she's hiding somewhere we haven't thought to look yet."
"No," I say, dismissing the idea. "She wouldn't hide."
"I don't think so either. But we've locked down almost all the exits from the second story down. The only 2 unsecured points are the theater cargo bay."
"No, I'm here," I cut in. "There's no way she could have been taken out this way before I got down here."
"And the balcony on the 4th floor."
Hermione continues without missing a beat.
"If they have the right equipment, they might be able to get her out that way."
"Send a team," I say. "I want you to meet me on the roof. Bring Briggs and Denver if they're close."
"Be there in 5,
she says, hanging up without questions or commentary. But she's a pro, and always keeps a level head during a crisis. I hang up the phone and jog back toward the rehearsal rooms and the elevator close by, hoping my gut is steering me straight. If I were trying to throw a rival pack off balance long enough to spirit a woman away via helicopter, I would arrange for an explosion and a terrorist catching fire as far from the roof as possible. If I'm wrong, or if they've already taken Willow, or worse than taken her, I dart into the elevator and slam the button for the roof and the override button to make sure no one else can summon the car at the same time. Then I curl my hands into fists and wait to be delivered to the top floor, refusing to think about what I'll do if they've killed my little wolf right under my nose. Sane or not, that's how I think of her. as mine. And no one takes what's mine without paying the price. And if they've hurt her, they'll pay in blood.
Chapter 13. Willow. 1 minute, I'm running down the stairs to the lower lobby, determined to get to the orchestra section and help the injured. The next, thick arms are around me, a sweaty hand is over my mouth, and I'm being hauled into a tiny room that smells of sour beer and hot pretzels. I thrash against my attacker, wide eyes scanning the dimly lit space, trying to find something I can use as a weapon. I spot an empty vodka bottle on a counter. I must be in a prep room by the lower lobby's bar, and determined to get my fingers wrapped around it at the first opportunity. In the meantime, I intend to scream as loud as possible. I cry out against the hand, but it's so large it almost completely muffles the sound. Anyone beyond this room would be hard-pressed to hear me, even if it was quiet out there. And it's not. People are shouting, crying, and running for cover, focused on getting themselves and the people they love to safety, not saving a woman on the verge of being kidnapped. That's what this is. Pax or Victor must have sent this man, even though he doesn't smell like a wolf. It's the only thing that makes sense. Which means, if Sweaty Hand Dude succeeds in getting me out of the North Star Tower, I'm a dead woman. And not just dead, but slowly and miserably dead. The Alphas will torture me to death, publicly, an example to anyone else foolish enough to think they can take their fate into their own hands. Adrenaline dumping into my bloodstream, I curl my right leg into my chest and shoot it backward into my attacker's knee. He bends with a groan, and his hand slips from my mouth. A beat later, I'm out of his arms with my fingers around the vodka bottle. I spin, bringing it down as hard and fast as I can on his head. Once, twice. It's classy vodka, the kind that comes in thick, heavy glass. It doesn't shatter until the third blow. Thankfully, the giant man falls to his hands and knees a second later, groaning and weaving back and forth. I don't stay to see if he's going to pass out or not. I shove my hands against the bar on the door in front of me and explode out into the chaos. People are still running for cover, moving swiftly past me toward the multiple sets of doors on the other side of the main lobby. Heart slamming, I search the faces racing toward me for someone who looks like they're in charge. An enforcement officer, or even one of the theater staff who might know where we can hide to call for backup. But these people are all theater-goers like me, and many of them are elderly or carrying children in their arms. I can't ask them to stop and help, not when Sweaty Palms could be up and out of that room at any moment. As if summoned by my dread-filled thoughts, the door to the food prep room opens, and Sweaty staggers out, blood dripping from a cut on his temple, down the side of his cheek. A woman running past almost collides with him, but veers away at the last moment, crying out in surprise as she gets a better look at his face. "Call for help!" I shout at her as she passes me. "He's with the people who planted the bomb!" I don't know that for sure. I've never seen this guy in my life and have no idea if he's into explosives. But odds are that the bombing and my kidnapping are connected. Which means my presence here is responsible for who knows how many injured wolves. Maybe even dead wolves. Innocent people whose only sin was wanting to sit up front at the theater. Bile rises in my throat as I scan the area for another weapon, determined not to let this guy get away. I'll subdue him until help arrives, and then we'll find out who he is, why he's here, and what can be done to make sure the North Star Pack isn't targeted again. If it means sending me back to the parallel to die, so be it. But I'm going on my own terms, damn it, not as this thug's prisoner. Figuring a liquor bottle served me well enough the first time, I sprint for the bar, aiming myself toward it at an angle to keep the most distance between Sweaty and myself as possible. He's already spotted me, and is on the move, stumbling forward with his arms held out to his sides, like he's dizzy and struggling to maintain his balance. Hopping up onto the counter, I swing my legs over to the other side and slide down, lunging forward to grab the biggest bottle from the selection of alcohol lined up on the counter. The bottle is full of dark liquid, bourbon, I think, and has a menacing-looking octopus on the front. Taking that as a good sign, I turn, lifting it over my head, ready to bring the mean octopus pain. But Sweaty is nowhere to be seen. Pulse hiccuping, my gaze darts back and forth, scanning the rapidly emptying lobby. But there's no sign of him. I'm about to sneak forward to check the other side of the counter. He could be crouched behind it, hiding or passed out on the carpet. When two giant paws pop into view, braced on the counter between the two cash registers. Not long after, the head of a massive tiger rises between them. I scramble backwards until my back is against the far side of the snack bar and the liquor bottle drops from my hand to thud onto the carpet by my feet. I won't be saving myself with bourbon this time. This thing is easily the biggest big cat I've ever seen, with glittering amber eyes and incisors as big as my hand that it bears with a growl that vibrates my ribs. So, that's why Sweaty didn't smell like a wolf. He's not a wolf. He's a massive tiger with paws bigger than my head, and he's going to gobble me up in one gulp like that evil tiger in that book I loved as a kid. It's already pushing onto its paws, rising higher into the air. It'll be over the counter and on top of me any second now. I have to do something, have to distract it long enough to get back over the counter, shift, and run. My wolf, ironically, is as dainty and lithe as my human body is curvy and solid, but she's fast. Probably not fast enough to outrun Sweaty the Sabertooth, but in an open area I'll at least have a shot. Here, I'm an appetizer, waiting to be plucked from a tray. Sweaty's cat muscles coil in prelude to a pounce, and I do the only thing I can think of that might throw him off his game for a second or two. Lunging forward, I grab the soda gun dispenser, jam my thumb down on the trigger, and lift it up to spray something brown and diet-smelling straight into the tiger's eyes. It roars and jerks to the left, sliding off the counter. As soon as the path is clear, I leap between the cash registers, kicking off my heels as I jump onto the carpet. Barefoot, I run for the doors as I reach for the bottom of my dress. I'll have to get it off before I shift. Unlike Maxim, my wolf isn't big enough to rip through my clothes. At least, not completely. It's more likely I'll get trapped in the stretchy fabric and give Sweaty a tasty, gift-wrapped treat to devour. I tug at the skirt, but I've barely managed to get it up to my waist when a very naked and goddamned magnificent Maxim appears in the open lobby doors to my left. Chapter 14. Willow. Gone is the billionaire in a suit. In his place is primal male power and perfection. He looks like a hero sent to save the day, and, true to form, before I can shout out a warning about the monster behind me, he's shifted into a big, black-furred wolf. And damn, but his wolf is also magnificent, gorgeous, and terrifying in a way I'm so grateful for right now. He races past me, headed straight into the teeth and claws of danger, an almost equally powerful white wolf not far behind him. More wolves stream through the doors and forward to offer aid as I turn, watching Maxim launch himself at Sweaty, landing on the tiger's back as it tries to turn and run. I see Maxim's bared teeth dig deep into the nape of the tiger's neck, hear the cat roar, and then the white wolf joins the fray. And then another wolf and another, until it's a big puppy pile with Sweaty on the bottom. But it's not a cute puppy pile, like the ones at the toddler playground today. It's lethal. I'm not surprised when, just a few minutes later, the wolves prowl away from Sweaty, leaving his now human form limp and lifeless on the floor. A knot in my throat, I hurry forward, brushing past two wolves who try to block me with their muzzles, and falling to the carpet by the man's prone form. I reach out, pressing two fingers to his neck, holding my breath until I feel the faint, thready pump of his pulse, and words emerge in a rush. Get a medical unit down here, now. We have to get him stabilized. We don't want him dying on us before we can figure out who hired him and what he was here for. I think we know who he was here for, Maxim says. I glance up to find him once again in his human form, studying me with narrowed eyes. But before I can respond, he jerks his head at someone behind me. She's right. Get medical down here. Fast. We can't interrogate a dead man. Shoulders slumping with relief, I sit back on my heels, knowing there's nothing I can do for the man without medical supplies. The wounds at Sweaty's neck aren't bleeding freely anymore. Some healing occurred during his shift into his human form, and anything beyond applying pressure is out of my hands right now. You, come with me, Maxim says, circling around to stand beside me. Until we're sure we have everyone involved in this in custody, it's not safe for you to be alone. I stand on shaking legs, grateful for the surprisingly gentle arm Maxim wraps around me, offering support. Hermione, take point on completing the lockdown and coordinating the second sweep to make sure all threats are clear, he continues. Drake, the tiger's yours. Keep a team on him until he's cleared by medical for interrogation. Nix, check in on my father and Diana and get back to me. I'll be in my rooms. Without waiting for confirmation that his orders will be obeyed, of course they will, he's Maxim. He turns, guiding me across the carpet toward the lobby doors. I risk a glance up at his face as we walk, but he doesn't seem angry with me. Just on high alert. He's in contain the tragedy mode. What happens when the crisis is contained, and he has a chance to process that all of this is my fault, remains to be seen. Here, let's put this down, he says, as we stop beside the bank of elevators. Before I can ask him what he means, he reaches down, tugging my skirt, which I only now realize is up around my waist, down over my bottom and thighs. There. More comfortable? I swallow, keeping my eyes very deliberately on his face as I say, You're completely naked. He nods. I am, but partly undressed is different. More naked than naked, don't you think? I don't know, I say, continuing to make an effort not to look at his sculpted chest, his powerful thighs, or the equally intimidating length between them. Even flaccid, his cock is a beast. Thick, long, a slightly darker tan than the rest of his skin, and surrounded by a close-cropped nest of black hair I find inexplicably sexy. Pubic hair is natural, of course, but in what little experience I've had with it, I can't say I've ever found it all that appealing. But now, I do. I want to study every part of Maxim, including his beautiful and beastly cock, like an artist preparing for a portrait. But now isn't the time or the place. There's never going to be a time or a place, not after what happened today. I'm sorry, I whisper, cheeks going hot with shame. Here I am thinking obscene things about Maxim's body when members of his pack are lost forever. What are you sorry for? He asks calmly. The bomb, I say. I have a feeling it was a distraction so that man could take me. It's my fault your people are dead. We've had no casualties. At least not yet. 2 of the men who were in the orchestra pit when it exploded are in bad shape. But they're breathing and receiving the best care. Stars willing, they'll pull through. He exhales. And it isn't your fault. It's mine. My security should be tighter. I have no idea how these people got in, but no one else will be breaching our defenses. We're going into Stage 4 lockdown, which means you won't be allowed to leave your rooms at all, even with an escort. Not until we sort out what the hell this was all about. So far, the puzzle pieces aren't coming together. I understand, I say. The elevator dings, and the doors slide open. I take the hand he offers, relishing the big, safe feel of his palm wrapped around mine as we step inside and he hits the button for our floor. It's weird, holding his hand, but also weirdly right. I'm not sure why he's not angry with me, but he's calm enough that I feel comfortable asking, what are the puzzle pieces? Because I admit, I didn't expect that guy to be a tiger shifter. As far as I know, Pax and Victor's allies are all wolves. They're pretty anti-cat, actually. They seem to buy into the Cats are lazy, selfish, and untrustworthy stereotype. He grunts. It's a stereotype for a reason. I shift to face him more fully as we zoom upwards. Come on. You don't really think that. Cat shifters are all different, just like wolves. I don't know many cats personally, but the ones I've met were really cool. He arches a challenging brow, and I admit, except the guy tonight, he was awful. But you stood your ground and fought back. His gaze sweeps up and down my frame as he gives my hand a squeeze. You're tougher than you look, little wolf. Thanks, I say, biting my lip as the elevator comes to a stop and we step out into the hall. I expect him to release my hand, but he doesn't. And I don't mind. In fact, I could see holding his hand quickly becoming one of my favorite things. I can't remember the last time I felt so safe and connected. Things have definitely shifted between us, a fact he proves as he says, yes, the fact that at least one of the shifters who breached our defenses was a cat is strange. My brows shoot up. There was more than one? Yes, the young shifter who set off the bomb and later lit himself on fire. I wince in horror. How awful. Indeed, he agrees. And we spotted an incoming helicopter from the roof not long after the explosion. But it turned around before we could get a good look at who was inside. But it was a luxury aircraft, very sleek, very expensive. Even to rent. I don't see why Pax and Victor would drop that much money to come fetch a wayward mate. I frown. Well, they might have done it to show off. To show they're as wealthy as you are, though I'm pretty sure they're not, but I trail off with a shake of my head. But you're right, it feels off. Why hire non-wolves, and why turn this into an attack before they even tried to make a deal? They have to know that if this is pinned on them, it will be war between the two packs. And Victor isn't ready for war. Our enforcers are spread too thin. He's picked too many fights in the parallel already, and lost men he couldn't afford to lose because of it. Maxim stops in front of an unfamiliar door. So my spies tell me. But one piece of the puzzle does point to Blood River. When the bomb went off, it blew venom all over the orchestra pit. I scowl as he touches his ring to the panel above the door handle. What? That's weird. Why fill the bomb with venom? It's not going to hurt anyone unless they mix it with some sort of solvent and swallow it. Maybe as a calling card. He opens the door and motions me inside. Maybe they wanted to make sure I knew who was responsible. Maybe. I step through, chewing on my lip as I pad barefoot through the cool marble entryway into a massive living space dominated by uber-masculine furniture in dark browns and grays, arranged to face the floor-to-ceiling picture windows. It's much what I would have expected from a Maxim room, but the couch and chairs are overstuffed, plush, and thick blankets are draped over the ends of the couch and the arms of the chair. It's cozy, in a very manly, alpha kind of way that's sort of adorable. I like your place, I say, turning to take in the big screen on the wall, what looks like a vintage record player in the corner, and a finely appointed bar set into the wall. Thank you, he says, walking into the room from the entryway in a black satin robe. Thank God. Partially clothed Maxim is much easier to talk to than naked Maxim. I decorated it myself. I smile. Good. He arches a brow as he crosses to the bar. Why is that good? Just because, I say, not ready to admit that this room hints at his soft side, the one I really like. At least what I've glimpsed of it so far. I cover by crossing my arms and picking up where we left off. You could be right about the calling card, but my gut says Victor would want at least plausible deniability. He'd want a shot at getting in, getting me out, and getting away with it. I'm sure he's pissed about what I did to Pax, but I seriously doubt he wants to start a war over a low-level pack member, and a woman, no less. Not much respect for the fairer sex in your pack, is there? He motions toward the row of crystal decanters. Bourbon, whiskey, port. Water? I ask, not missing the way his lips twitch in response. What? I'm a lightweight. More than one drink and I won't be able to focus on solving this mystery. No, I agree. Water's the best choice. I'll join you. On the rocks, then? Yes, please, I say. And no, there isn't much respect for women in my pack. We don't have a single female alpha. Victor says a woman being an alpha is like a man giving birth. Impossible. It's pretty much the Dark Ages over there. You should talk to my sister. Tell her how evolved we are. He clinks ice into 2 glasses and fills them with water from the small sink at the wet bar. She's always going on about how shameful it is that we've never had a female leader. I'm pretty sure she's planning to challenge me for Pack Alpha as soon as she turns 21. I huff. Doubtful. He shrugs. I agree. But she is frustrated by the pace of progress. He crosses the space between us and extends a glass my way. Thank you, I say, lifting the water to my lips and gulping, mostly to cover the thoughts suddenly racing through my head regarding his sister. Diana is dating a cat shifter, secretly, without her brother's knowledge. Could that have something to do with tonight's attack? Is it possible I wasn't the target? I suppose Diana and I might look enough alike if you were following us out of the Alpha's private box from behind. We both have dark hair, and the heels I was wearing would have brought me nearly up to her height. I'm far curvier than the slender teen, but in all the chaos the man sent to do the kidnapping might not have noticed. I'm tempted to say something to Maxim, but force the words back down my throat. Diana told me that secret in strict confidence, and made it clear there would be serious fallout if her brother found out she's dating a cat. Until I check in with her and have more than a hunch to confirm she's the one in danger, I should keep my mouth shut. Especially now that Maxim's cracking this window. So, you're open to allowing me to speak to your sister? I ask, arching a brow. I thought I was supposed to keep my mouth shut if she showed up unannounced in my rooms again. He nods. You are. But if I arrange for you two to meet, you can speak freely. And might you arrange that? I ask, trying not to sound too eager. Because I would like to talk to her again. She seems like a great kid who could maybe use a woman to talk to. She has Hermione, and her tutors, and her friends, he says, but I catch the hint of doubt in his tone. Hermione is great. But Diana's probably known her all her life, right? When he gives a slight nod to confirm, I continue. And tutors are paid to help her, and her friends are probably as confused about life and love and growing up as she is. Trust me, talking to a woman who's a little older and wiser can really help keep a girl's feet on the ground. I had a girlfriend who was in grad school while I was in undergrad. She kept me sane and out of trouble. Were you the sort to go looking for trouble, Willow? He asks, in that soft, husky voice of his. The one that makes me want to confess all my secrets, no matter how stupid that would be. I shake my head as I spin my water glass slowly in my hands. No, I wasn't. I was just stubborn, I guess. I wanted to do things my way, even if that way was against the rules. And why's that? I shrug. I just felt like I knew things sometimes. That I knew what was true and right. It was like a voice in my head, demanding I do what it said to do. My conscience, I guess? Going against it was hard. I believe that. He reaches out, brushing a stray hair from my forehead. Speaking of breaking the rules, I told you to stay put in the box. Since you were attacked in the lower lobby, I'm assuming you chose to ignore that order? I swallow. I was going down to check on the wounded, to see if I could help. I have first aid training and a fair bit of medical knowledge I picked up from helping my friends in pre-med study. I thought maybe I could save someone, or at least make them more comfortable while they waited for a real doctor. But you were told to stay put, he insists. You disobeyed an order from your alpha. If you want to be a member of this pack someday, you need to learn that my command trumps everything else. My instincts are your instincts. I know I should quit while I'm ahead, but I can't seem to stop my lips from moving. But what if they're not? What if the voice inside is screaming for me to go help people, even if I know it will make you mad? What if it insists I take action? How am I supposed to ignore that? Practice, he says, taking my glass from my hand. And we can start working on that now. Go sit in the armchair, make yourself comfortable, and close your eyes. I'll be with you in a moment. But what about the attack, I ask? Surely you have more important things to do than... Strike one, he cuts in, motioning toward the chair. Get to 3, and you'll earn yourself a punishment. I'd rather not be punished, if that's okay, I whisper. It's already been a scary night. His gaze softens the tiniest bit, but he doesn't back down. He just nods toward the chair and says, do as you're told, and no more scary things will happen to you tonight. I believe he means it, but he has no idea how terrifying he is. And not because he's the big bad alpha. It's the other side of him that scares me the most. The one that I know I could develop a brutally pointless crush on pretty quick. Hell, I'm already halfway there. A fact that becomes undeniable once I'm in the chair with my eyes closed, and Maxim's hands come to rest on my shoulders, setting my body on fire with even that simple touch. Damn. I'm in trouble. Big trouble.
Chapter 15. Maxim. Tell her the truth. She deserves to know. It's her body, her gift. The voice of my conscience is insistent, but so much softer than the voice of curiosity that compels me to take advantage of Willow's innocence, to get as much information as I can from her before she learns how to control her emerging talent. If just a few hours in the company of a large number of wolves was enough to coax out the first stirrings of her pack gift, by the time it's fully formed, she'll be a force to be reckoned with. And I confess, I'm surprised. For all her stubbornness, Willow exudes gentleness and compassion, and a degree of submission, too. I wouldn't have pegged her as a pathfinder, but the way her eyes were glowing as we spoke leaves no doubt that's where her talent lies. Pathfinders are unique alphas. A pack's lucky to get 1 or 2 in each generation. Our last pathfinder, Rake, was killed in a car accident not long after I was born, but his name is familiar to me. My father mentions it often enough, how much he misses his talks with Rake. How comforting it was to get confirmation that his plans were in alignment with the path already set by the stars. Pathfinders can instinctively sense truth from fiction, and the best choice to make in any given situation. Eventually, with practice, they can learn to predict problems and their solutions before they arise. In its earliest incarnation, the gift is marked by a strong, personal moral compass. As it matures, it manifests in flashes of insight accompanied by a glow in the eyes that earlier generations assumed meant anything said while the finder's eyes were alight was to be obeyed without question. Our people eventually learned that many could learn to control the flash in their eyes, making the glow of an untrustworthy pathfinder suspect. Just like any other gift, it can be perverted or used for personal gain. But not when the gift is so new the gifted doesn't even know it's happening. At least for now, for tonight, and until she's trained, Willow will be my window into the future and her intentions without even knowing it. Resting my hands on her shoulders, I exhale, thoughts racing as I try to choose the best question to test my little wolf. And just like that, it comes to me. This little wolf isn't as little as she seems, and she might know more about her own destiny than even she realizes. I'm going to ask you a series of questions, I say, and I want you to answer honestly. Can you do that for me, Willow?
I'll try,
she murmurs, her breath coming faster than it was before. But whether it's because of nerves or the electricity humming between us, I can't say. That's another thing about Pathfinders. They're alleged to be absolutely irresistible in bed. Not that I'll ever find out. Because I'm not going to sleep with Willow, no matter how much the smell of her getting turned on as I rub gentle fingers into her tight muscles drives me wild. First, open your eyes. I wait until she looks up, meeting my gaze as I lean forward over the back of the chair. Her lips quirk.
You look different upside down. Is this part of your plan to make me so nervous I'll do anything you tell me to do?
You should do anything I tell you to do regardless, I remind her, but it's hard to sound intimidating when I'm getting hard for her, just from looking into her damned eyes. First question. In your ideal future, where do you see yourself fitting into our pack? Her expression sobers.
Well, like I said, I have my master's in chemistry and I'm good at what I do. I think I could be useful to—
No, I cut in. I don't mean your profession. I mean, do you see yourself as an Omega, fulfilled by selfless service, as a Beta facilitator of your pack leader's vision, or as an Alpha, helping to lead and protect the people? She hesitates a beat, and I remind her. The truth. Don't tell me what you think I want to hear. Tell me what you truly believe. You won't be punished for that. I give you permission to speak freely. She pulls in a breath and lets it out slowly.
I know this isn't a trick question, but I've never—
I hold her gaze, hopefully making it clear partial answers aren't an option.
I've never said it out loud.
She adds in a rush.
To anyone, even myself. Until this exact minute, it's only been in my head, but—
She takes another breath, bites her lip, and then says,
I'm an Alpha, Maxim, not a Beta. I've suspected that for a while, but now I'm sure of it. I know I'm not the typical big, badass defender type, but that's what feels true.
I nod, keeping my expression carefully neutral as her eyes begin to glow gold around the pupil again. Hypothesis tested, results conclusive, and illuminating in their own right. Not all alphas are big and badass on the outside, I say softly. Some are big and badass on the inside. Hope mixes with the light in her eyes, making them look even more beautiful.
Yeah?
Her lips quirk.
You think I'm an inner badass?
I don't know you well enough to say for certain, but my instinct is yes. It takes bravery to run from everything you've ever known and jump off a bridge in the middle of the night. I arch a brow. And for a Beta, you spend an awful lot of time shooting challenging looks my way.
Does that bother you?
She asks, nibbling on her lip again. Not as much as that. I reach down, gently urging her lip free from her teeth before smoothing the pad of my thumb across the warm skin. My swollen cock grows even fatter, thicker in response, further tenting my thin robe and making me grateful for the chair in front of my hips. No need for Willow to know how much I want to bend her over the couch cushions and take her from behind. How much I want to drag my teeth over her neck, her shoulders, and to feel her pussy gripping me tight as she comes for her alpha, the only one strong enough to top her. How much I wanted to be my seed inside her instead of Pax's. I've never thought much about children, never felt the urge to breed a woman, any woman, but this little wolf does things to me. If the stars hadn't given her to Pax, I would wonder if maybe, just maybe, she was meant to be mine.
Stop biting my lip,
she whispers, her mouth moving against my skin.
I'll work on that.
Good. I brush my thumb back across the sweet fullness again, longing to push between her lips, to feel her suck on the digit the way I want her to suck on something else. An image of Willow on her knees, begging for me to fuck her mouth, flashes on my mental screen, and a wave of desire courses through me. It's so intense I'm not sure I'd still be standing without the chair to hold me up. And when I look down at Willow, her breath is coming faster, and her nipples are beaded tight beneath the fabric of her dress. Her thighs press together and release, seeking friction, and the scent of aroused female is strong enough for me to smell the salty sweetness teasing at my nose. And even though I know I shouldn't, that this isn't what I need to learn from her, I can't help asking. "And what about us?" I whisper. "What do you see in our future, little wolf?" Her throat works as she swallows.
Please, don't make me answer that.
"Why not?" I ask, knowing I'm playing with fire but unable to stop myself. "Are you planning to kill me in my sleep? Or maybe my father instead?"
No, I would never do that to you or anyone else,"
she says with a flash of light in her eyes. I didn't truly suspect her of anything ominous, but still, it's nice to get confirmation that she truly means me and mine no harm. Maybe that's enough for now. Maybe I should let her off the hook, stop stoking this flame, and get her back to her own quarters before things get even more complicated. But I don't say a word. I wait, holding her gaze as I whisper, "Tell me, Willow." Her breath shudders out.
"I can't."
"You must, and you will, or you'll be punished."
"How will you punish me?"
she asks, clearly weighing her options. "In a way you won't enjoy. Not even a little bit." Her lips press together, but after a beat, she sighs.
"Fine, I see us becoming friends. Maybe even good friends."
I narrow my eyes on her, which are still beautiful, but not glowing. Not even a little bit. "You're lying."
"How do you know? You can't read minds, can you?"
"I can read yours," I say, pushing on before she can speak again. "Last chance to tell the truth, and nothing but the truth. Don't be afraid."
"I'm not afraid,"
she says softly.
"I'm embarrassed."
Fuck if she says what I think she's going to say. The chances that I'm not going to do something rash are slim to none. This is my last chance to slam on the brakes before we go zooming off the road and into the canyon. Instead, I issue a soft challenge. We're not children. We're human. And shyness doesn't become a woman who wants to take her place in alpha leadership. A mixture of irritation and shame fills her striking green eyes, but it slowly morphs into pure determination as she whispers,
"All right, I'll tell you what I see, Maxim. I see you on top of me and behind me, and in a dozen other positions I didn't even know existed until you asked me that question. I see your hands all over me, your mouth on mine, and your—"
I'm on her before she can finish. I don't remember circling around the chair, but suddenly I'm kneeling between my glowing girl's knees, cupping her face in my hands and dragging her down for a kiss. The second her lips crash into mine, I know I'm never going to let her go. She might have been mate-claimed by another, but from tonight until my last night, she's mine. Mine to taste and seduce and fuck and pleasure until she knows that her place will always be by my side. In my bed, under me and over me, and all the places she fits so well because she was made for me. I've never had such an instant, profound reaction to a woman before, but as I guide Willow down to the carpet and roll on top of her, our mouths mating with a hunger that makes my bones ache with the need to possess her, I don't question that this is who we are now. Her glowing eyes confirmed that we're going to be lovers. And why put something so fucking irresistible off for later when I can be balls deep in her tonight? Unless... Will it hurt you? I growl against her lips as my hand drags up her thigh, moving beneath her dress.
"Will what hurt me?"
she pants, moaning as I cup her sex through her panties. "Are you sore?" injured from, I cut off. Her mate isn't worthy to lick the soles of her shoes, let alone have his name spoken when we're together like this. I don't want to hurt you, little wolf. There are no punishments for when we're together like this. When I fuck you, you will feel only pleasure and the sweetest kind of pain. She tenses beneath me, her thighs clenching together, trapping my hand on her hot sex before they release just as quickly. She scoots a few inches across the carpet, away from my fingers.
I can't, Maxim. Not yet. I'm not ready. I want you, but I need time.
Because you're in pain? I stay where I am, not ready to release her just yet. She feels too good like this, under me, submissive to me. Mine.
No, not physical pain,
she says.
I just need some time to adjust to the fact that you're not a monster who's going to steal my baby and kick me out on the street.
I grunt. Who said I wasn't? Her eyes go wide, and her jaw goes slack.
So that's still on the table? Seriously? After you've been so nice all night?
I haven't been nice, and I don't intend to be nice. I shift forward, knee her thighs apart, and settle my hips between them, relishing the way her breath rushes out, and her eyes dilate as my bare cock presses against her core through her panties and my open robe. I intend to do what's best for my peck. If that includes making a place for you, so be it. If that turns out not to be so, however, I won't hesitate to kick you out.
Is that so?
She challenges, shooting daggers at me with her eyes, even as she begins to move beneath me, grinding against my dick. That's so. She huffs.
You're being an alpha hole again?
But you still want my cock in use so badly your pussy is dripping, little one. I whisper. Don't bother denying it. I can smell you, how ripe and ready you are for me to fuck you. Her breath shudders out.
Physical attraction doesn't mean anything. I can hate you and want to sleep with you at the same time, apparently. Thanks for introducing me to the weird and not so wonderful world of wanting to kiss a person I can't stand.
You want to do more than kiss me. I skim a hand down the center of her chest until I reach the V-neck on her dress. I hook my finger under it and drag the fabric down, holding her gaze until I've tugged it far enough to reveal the black satin bra beneath. Only then do I look down, gliding fingertips over the top of her full breasts above the fabric as I murmur, "You want me to touch you here? To lick and suck and bite your nipples? To make you wild and shameless enough to beg for what you want?"
I don't,
she lies.
I want you to let me go back to my room so I can take a shower and wash the stink of you off of me.
Tell me you love the way I smell. Tell me my scent makes you wet every time we're in the same room.
You told me not to lie.
She shoots back, but she squirms beneath me again, rubbing against my cock, her breath catching as I thrust forward, giving her a taste of the friction she craves. Tell me you can't be near me without getting wet, and I'll get you off, I say, plucking at her nipple through her bra, not missing the hitch in her breath as her lips part.
The only off I want to get is you off of me,
she says, but her voice is weak, thin, and she's rocking more shamelessly against me now, losing the battle against her own desire. Tell me, and you could be coming in seconds. I jerk the cup of her bra down, revealing her abundant breast and a tight rosebud nipple that's practically begging for my attention. I answer its silent plea, capturing it between my fingers and rolling it in slow circles that draw a strangled, hungry sound from low in her throat. "Damn you," she breathes, bucking into me as I grind deeper, pinning her to the carpet with my dick. Last chance, little wolf. Tell me what I want to hear, or I'm going to send you to your room without relief, and with your hands tied behind you so you can't even take care of yourself. And then I'll come visit you later. I pinch her nipple harder and play with these exquisitely sensitive nipples a little more, just to make sure you dream of me tonight. She moans low in her throat as she fists handfuls of my robe in her hands.
Fine, I'll say it, but I don't mean it.
I'll be the judge of that. I circle my hips, grinding my throbbing erection against her clit as her breath comes faster.
I love the way you smell,
she says, her bottom lip trembling and her pupils so large I could drown in them. And there it is. That glow that proves she means every word.
I love the way you look at me. I love the sound of your voice, so deep I can feel it vibrating against my skin.
She whimpers low in her throat, and her arms begin to tremble as the pace of our delicious adolescent dry fucking grows faster, more urgent.
I might as well stop wearing panties altogether because every time you look at me I get wet. I'm constantly hot and aching and... Oh, God,
she gasps.
Oh, God, Maxim, God.
She bows beneath me, shuddering and shaking as she comes so hard I swear I can feel her pleasure echoing in my skin. I'm dying to rip the soaked lace between her legs from her body and get my cock inside her. The need to fuck her, claim her, mark her with my scent and my cum is as fierce and primal a thing as I've ever felt. The human part of me wants to honor her wishes, to wait, but my wolf is wild with hunger. He's frantic, frothing, half mad with the need to rut and spill himself inside this soft little wolf whose pussy smells like the best thing in the entire world. I honestly can't say which side of me would have won in the end. I like to think my civilized, compassionate, always in control alpha would have asserted itself the way it usually does, but I'm not positive that would have been the case. I should be grateful for the urgent pounding on the door and Hermione's voice insisting there's been a development and I'm needed right away. Instead, it's all I can do not to verbally rip my second-in-command's head off. Exerting Herculean control, I growl. I'll be down to command in 5 minutes.
Make it 3,
Hermione says, proving it must be something big.
And I've sent for your father, too. He should see this.
Very big, then, and serious. My father is still fragile, weak, and exhausted by 8 o'clock most nights after spending hours every afternoon with his physical therapist. If Hermione wants to drag him out of his bed, then this is next-level shit that requires not 1, but 2 alphas, and preferably one with upwards of 30 years' experience managing this pack. I'll be there, I shout tightly as Willow rearranges her dress, covering her breasts once more, which is absolutely for the best. But I still have to fight the urge to jerk the fabric down again and insist she stays bare to her alpha as long as her alpha wants her to be bare.
If you want me to escort Willow back to her room, I can do that now,
Hermione says, proving she's fucking psychic. But then she can probably smell us through the door. We're both keyed up and giving off mating scents like crazy. Crazy. That's what this is, what she's making me feel, and the sooner I remove myself from her company, the better. That's absolutely the right call, but I have to fight to force the proper response from my lips. Yes, she'll be there in a moment, I add in a softer voice to Willow. I'll have the phone turned on in your room. Press 0 for the operator. They'll connect you to room service so you can order something to eat. She nods, still dazed and breathless, but when I stand, adjust my robe to cover myself as best I can, and reach a hand down to help her up, she doesn't take it, She scoots back on her bottom, then stands on her own, brushing her hands nervously over her dress to smooth it.
I don't think we should touch,
she says, looking everywhere but at my face.
I don't know what that was. I've never felt so out of control from kissing.
Then you haven't been kissing the right men, I say dryly, feigning calm, though I'm still hard as marble and about 3 seconds from rushing her, wrapping her legs around my waist and nailing her against the wall. I've never felt this out of control either, but there's no time to analyze the issue now. I have a pack to take care of. I motion toward the door. Hermione's outside. Go. I'll check in on you later if I'm able. Tomorrow at the latest. She nods and runs a trembling hand over her hair. Okay. She starts to go, but spins back before she reaches the door. Maxim, if it's something about the cat shifters, if they're behind the attack, will you tell me? Why? I ask, narrowing my eyes on her suddenly guilty-looking face. I want to help figure out the puzzle, to see why this happened so we can keep it from happening again, she says, but her pretty green eyes don't light up from inside. They stay cool and dim, and I remind my stupid body that she can't be trusted. Not yet. Not until I learn all her secrets. Because she's keeping secrets, of that I'm certain, even before I join my second-in-command in the enforcer offices a few minutes later and see the security camera footage frozen on the screen. The image is of a woman who looks far more like Willow than I remember. She's changed since I saw her last. But that's Kelly. No doubt in my mind. Kelly breaking into our artifacts room just seconds after the bomb exploded, taking advantage of our pack's distraction to fill her bag and creep out through the ventilation system without being noticed. Willow's sister was part of this attack. And what are the chances it's just a coincidence that Kelly came back from the dead 24 hours after her sister showed up under my roof? Slim to fucking none is the answer to that. But I need more answers. A lot fucking more. Like, what did she take? What does she want? And most importantly, where is my brother? Because I can't believe Bane had anything to do with this. My brother would never hurt our people. Never. And I know exactly where to start my investigation. As soon as my dad's attendant rolls his wheelchair into the room, I nod toward the offices down the hall. We have to talk, Dad, now. We do, he agrees. His tired eyes are more haunted than I can remember seeing them, even after my brother left. My father's a good-natured man, tough but fair, and always looking for an excuse to smile. But he's not smiling now, and neither am I. It's time he shared the rest of the North Star Alpha secrets with me. Past time.
Chapter 16. Willow. Back in my room, I take the first freezing cold shower of my life. I'm not usually the type who needs cold showers to cool down, but I don't usually lose control the way I did tonight. I almost had unprotected sex with a man I've known less than 48 hours. That would be bad enough on its own, considering I have no idea what kind of exotic cooties Maxim might have swimming around in his bloodstream. From the gossip I've been able to glean so far, he's no choir boy. It sounds like he enjoys the company of women. The more free-spirited and willing to fuck and run, the better. I'm not about to bash other women or Maxim for sleeping around. But I don't want to get an STD from the first man I have sex with. And I don't want to lose my virginity to someone I barely know, or a man I still suspect might be a huge fucking jerk. At the very least, I want friendship and mutual respect. At most, I want the dream. I want that perfect, fated mate relationship with a man who adores me, worships me. A man who would lay down his life for mine in a heartbeat and knows I would do the same for him. I want a forever love that's written in the stars. Even yesterday I would have told myself, tough shit, sister, you lost the fated mate Olympics when you ended up with Pax. But now I'm not so sure. I've never felt anything like what I feel when I'm with Maxim. A draw so powerful, I know I'd spread my legs for him again in a heartbeat if he walked through the door to my rooms right now and told me he couldn't wait to be inside me. One look from those smoldering eyes and all my good intentions would fall away. And it's not because I'm in love with him. I barely know him, and a lot of what I do know I don't really care for. And it's not just sex, either. I've been attracted to other men before, and even come with Zeke's hand down my pants. I know what that feels like. It's overwhelming, exciting, electric. But I've never felt like I would die if a man quit touching me. Like, literally shrivel into a sad little husk of a woman and blow away. But it feels like that with Maxim. It feels urgent, necessary, ordained. What if Victor was lying about Pax being my mate? Like both Maxim and Hermione have hinted at since I've been here. What if he paid off the star chart readers to say his son was the one meant for me? I have no idea why he would do that. I'm a nobody. But Maxim was right last night. It is weird that both Kelly and I were matched with Darius men. I didn't have much time to think about that in all the stress of being mated with Pax and nearly being raped and then running away from everything I've ever known. But I'm thinking about it now. I can't stop, in fact. I pace the length of my suite, from the window in the bedroom, through the door into the sitting room, and across the wide space to the other window on the opposite side, again and again, my head spinning with unanswered questions, until finally my growling stomach brings me back to the here and now. I haven't eaten much today, and nothing since my light lunch of a grilled cheese and arugula salad. Remembering Maxim's directions, I cross to the phone on the desk in the sitting room and lift the receiver. I have a dial tone. I didn't last night, proving he's a man of his word. At least about that. I press 0 and am connected to room service, where I order tonight's special, lamb chops with polenta and roasted root vegetables, and then resume my pacing, trying to ignore the constant grumbling of my belly. Thankfully, the food arrives in just 20 minutes, rolled in on a linen-covered cart by a tall man with scarred knuckles, accompanied by the guard stationed outside my room. I thank them both profusely and manage not to start drooling at the delicious smells emanating from the recently uncovered plates until after they've both stepped outside into the hall again. But the second I'm alone, I snag a roasted baby carrot from the main plate and pop it into my mouth, moaning as the sweet and tart balsamic glaze floods across my tongue. Damn, I mutter, following the carrot with a slice of turnip and another carrot. You are some delicious little veggies, roasted root vegetables. And how about you, meaty bits? Are you yummy too? I snag a lamb chop by the bone and lean over the cart as I take a huge bite. Juice drips off my chin to ping onto the plate, proving I'm a savage. But I don't care. Because that lamb, it's damned perfection. A revelation in meat form. So good, I moan. You're a star, lamb chop. A shining shooting star. Do you always talk to your food? Comes a soft whisper from under the cart, making me jump and cry out, dropping the meat back onto the plate as I stumble backward. Shh, the voice comes again. Don't freak out or they'll come back in and catch me. It's Diana. I'm under here, but you have to let me out. Pressing a hand to my chest, where my heart is slamming, I ask, how? Just lift the tray off and unlatch the lid. I can take it from there. I do as she says, setting my meal on the desk before unhooking the latches on one side of the top of the cart and tossing it open. I lean over, glancing down to see Maxim's sister balled up in a wad at the bottom of the hollow space. Wincing, she extends a hand. Help, please. My legs are asleep. I grasp her hand, and then her elbow as she emerges with stiff and jerky movements, and a good deal of cursing beneath her breath. Wow, she says, collapsing onto the thickly padded footstool nearby. I'm not 12 anymore. That was a lot easier when there was less of me to hide. I nod sympathetically. I can imagine. I'm not sure if I'd ever be able to walk again if I were stuffed in there. I nod over my shoulder toward the tray of food. Do you want something to eat? A roll to ease your pain? A really standout roasted carrot? I would offer one of my lamb chops, but there are only 3, and they really want to live in my belly. They told me so. She shakes her head with a stiff smile. No thanks, I can't eat. My stomach is in knots. But you go ahead. And chat up the baby carrots and chops as much as you want. I can wait until you're done to talk. No, go ahead. I pull out the desk chair, angling it so I can divide my attention between Diana and my meal. I can eat and listen at the same time. The food knows how I feel about it already. Her lips twitch, but her smile fades before it can fully form. Come on, I urge gently. You look like something's really bothering you. Is it about the explosion? She nods. Yes. I'm so relieved no one was hurt, but there's a rumor going around that cat shifters were part of it. And that's crazy. They would never do something like this. Not the Spanish Harlem Pride anyway, and they're the only cat shifters anywhere close to here. They are the sweetest, gentlest people you'll ever meet, Willow, I swear. They don't have a violent bone in their bodies, even when they probably should. I pull in a breath, hating that I have to be the one to tell her what went down. But she rushes on before I can speak. One time, a bunch of homeless teenagers raided their warehouse, she says. They stole all the jewelry the Pride was going to sell at concerts and stuff to cover their bills for the year. I nod and return to taking down lamb chops, hoping the extra protein will make it easier to break the bad news. It was like $100,000 worth of product, she continues. And they had the kids on camera, so they knew exactly who did it. They could have gone to the human police and nailed them to the wall. But they didn't. All they did was ask them to give the jewelry back and promised they would help them find food and shelter if they did. And they did. The Pride got their stuff back and helped all 6 kids get set up with good foster families and jobs at one of the grocery stores they own. Her breath rushes out, and her eyes begin to shine. And they do stuff like that all the time, Willow. They are such amazing people. They make me hopeful, you know? Hopeful that we can learn to solve our problems with kindness and compassion, and we won't have to keep fighting humans and each other all the time. That we can actually make the world a better, more peaceful place. I set the last picked clean bone back on my plate and push it away. I know. Truly, I do. But nothing, she insists. They are innocent. They didn't do this. I know they didn't. I sigh. Maybe not. But a man attacked me tonight, Diana. He tried to kidnap me. And he wasn't just a man. He was a tiger shifter. Chapter 17. Willow. Diana's eyes go saucer wide. What? Oh my God, Willow, are you okay? I'm so sorry. Here I am sitting here running my mouth, and you're probably still totally freaked out. I'm okay. And I'm fine, considering. But a cat was absolutely involved. I saw him shift. I shudder. Nearly met the ugly side of his teeth and claws, too. Her forehead furrows. No way. Really? I nod. I'm sorry, but yes. He's in custody now. You can probably sneak down and get a look at him if you want. See if he's someone you or your boyfriend might know. Her brow wrinkles harder. There's only one tiger in the Spanish Harlem Pride, and Becca's still a kid. Maybe 12, 13 tops. See? That's good, I say, the tightness in my chest easing a bit. So maybe this guy was hired muscle from somewhere else and not a part of your friend's Pride at all. Maybe, but... She plucks at her bottom lip for a moment, before she adds in a softer voice. Becca's dad is the head of the Albany Pride. He's a tiger, too. Becca lives down here with her mom because her dad's so busy. She rolls her eyes. And rumor has it that he and Becca's mom have been on the outs since he joined this secret society a lot of the shifters upstate are into a few years ago. It's all about prophecies and the end of the world and stuff. Pretty out there, even for cats. And they tend to be kind of woo-woo to start with. Huh, I say, crossing my legs and then recrossing them, chewing on that information. I was certain the kidnapping had something to do with Pax and Victor, but maybe not. Of course, that's assuming Becca's dad is the guy who tried to take me. I don't suppose you know Becca's dad's name, do you? So we can look him up online? Diana scrunches her nose. Matt, I think? Or maybe Chris? I nod and offer dryly. Matt and Chris do sound a lot alike. Her lips twitch. Hey, they're both short, ordinary boy names. It was something like that, something super normal. I remember that because it was so different than his nickname. They call him Shere Khan, after the tiger in the Jungle Book, because he's so freaking huge. My stomach sinks. Yeah, I think you'd better go take a look at him when you can. Snap a pic of him or something to show your boyfriend, because I swear I was thinking about Shere Khan when he was after me. He was insanely huge and scary. I pause, replaying the attack in my mind through the lens of this new information before I add, but he didn't hurt me. He might have if Maxim and his enforcers hadn't showed up, but it seemed like he just wanted me to come with him. Though I can't imagine why, unless he was working for my alpha and was sent to fetch me so they can string me up by my intestines outside the Blood River Pack headquarters. Diana shakes her head. I can't imagine that. All the cats I know hate the parallel wolves. And Becca's dad is a boss in his own right. He doesn't work for other people. Other people work for him. So maybe he had the wrong person, I say, returning to my other theory. Maybe he was here to take you and grabbed me by accident. Were you supposed to go to the theater with Maxim tonight? She snorts. Hell no. Maxim doesn't have fun anymore. He just stalks around, barking orders and glaring at people all the time. I'm shocked he took you, honestly. What was his motive? Do you hate musicals or something? Was it a unique brand of torture? No, I love musicals, I say, then confess. And we were having a really good time until the explosion. Your brother was nice tonight. She snorts again. Maybe he's been possessed by a friendly ghost. Did you bring one with you when you jumped through the portal? No, I've been trying to lay off the ghost possessions. High-stakes habit. Too much karmic debt. Diana laughs beneath her breath. I was kidding. Me too, I murmur. I twist a lock of hair around my fingers, the way I do when trying to solve a sneaky equation in the lab. It usually helps me think, and this time is no different. So maybe he mistook me for someone else. Does your brother have a lady friend who might look like me from the back? Her brows float up her forehead, and her eyes lift to the ceiling. That's a good question. Not Trix or Chrissy for sure. They're tall, skinny fairy types, and at least a foot taller. Great. Tall, skinny fairies, who are all unfailingly gorgeous. Nothing to feel insecure about there, Willow. Maybe Ava, a little, Diana continues. You're both brunette, but she has all these bright pink streaks in her hair and loads of super cool witch tattoos. I scrunch my nose and try not to think about the fact that nothing I have ever done, said, or worn could ever be called super cool. I think he and Vivian broke things off a few months ago, she adds, but she's at least about your height. Her gaze returns to my face and she frowns. You okay? I will my jaw to unclench. I'm fine. You look like you just sucked a lemon wedge. Your brother has a lot of girlfriends. They're not girlfriends. They're women he fucks, she says flatly. He's such a player. And then he has the nerve to tell me I shouldn't flirt with the human boys at my school. And all I do is flirt. I've never even kissed anyone but Jacob. Worry flickers in her eyes. You didn't tell Maxim, did you? That I have a cat shifter boyfriend? I shake my head. No, I wanted to talk to you first. But I think you should tell him, Diana. She groans and buries her face in her hands, but I push on. I know it's going to be awful, but he needs to know. For the safety of the pack, and your safety. If Jacob is a good guy, which I'm sure he is because you would be able to see in his aura if he wasn't, then you two can get through this. And maybe even be able to stop sneaking around. Her hands slide down to her lap with another groan. Oh, Willow. You're so cute and hopeful. But my brother doesn't work that way. He's not a reasonable human. He's a psycho who rushes to conclusions and refuses to listen to anyone who isn't Hermione, one of his top guards, or sometimes Dad. And not even Dad all the time. Deep down, I think Maxim blames Dad for getting poisoned, like if he'd been meaner to outsiders, it wouldn't have happened. What if I go with you, I ask, and help you break the news? Her eyes practically bulge out of her head. Oh, hell no. I'm not going to be responsible for your murder. I don't want blood on my hands, thanks. I smile. He won't murder me. He likes me now. Or at least he's pretty damned desperate to get into my pants. Maybe even desperate enough to listen when I talk. Diana laughs. Oh, sweet Willow. I really do like you, but you're insane. Maxim will gobble you up and spit out your bones, and then he'll lock me in a cage until he can arrange for me to be sent to a convent school for wayward shifter teens in Outer Mongolia. He won't gobble me up, I say. I think he realizes that we have unfinished business. That we'll be something to each other, though I'm not sure what. Diana gasps and scrambles backwards so fast she falls off the footstool, only to pop back up onto it a beat later and jab a finger at my face. Willow! Your eyes, they're glowing. Her face breaks into a wide smile. It's your pack gift! I laugh. What? Your pack gift! You're a pathfinder! She claps her hands excitedly, then points to the mirror above the desk. I shift over, sucking in a swift breath, as I see my eyes glowing gold around the centers of my pupils. The light fades after a moment, but the knot in my stomach remains. Oh my God, this is amazing, Diana continues, and super rare and fabulous. She proceeds to tell me what a pathfinder is, what my powers will be, and what they could become with proper training and control. But at first it can be like kind of a tricky gift, she says. Your eyes are going to glow every time you speak a deep personal truth or predict something bound to happen in the most likely version of the future. So, she winces sympathetically. Everyone is going to know your business. Right. I nod, eyes narrowing as Maxim's sudden ability to know if I was telling the truth takes on a different dimension. Your brother obviously knows about this too, right? About pathfinders? Totally, she says. He's been wanting one for a while. Like I said, they're super rare. Only 1 or 2 are born every 50 years or so, and they tend to die in weird accidents. She pauses, lips puckering as she seems to think something through. Because they can see predictable danger coming, maybe, and can avoid it, so only random sudden disaster can take them out? She bobs her shoulders. Our last one died in a car accident before I was born, but Dad told me about him. He seemed super cool, and he was instrumental in helping us escape the parallel. He predicted that a bunch of your pack were waiting at the portals to kill us, so he paid a bunch of witches to open a new portal. The one in the river that you came through, in fact. I pull in a breath, but she's prattling on before I can get a word in. Did you know that our pack is responsible for that portal? She asks. Dad says everyone in the parallel acts like it was always there, but it wasn't. She bares her teeth. And it's not totally stable, by the way. We've had a couple of people pop up on our side without the person they jumped off the bridge in the parallel with. Maybe they were lost to the river, which is super sad, but they could also be trapped in another dimension of space-time, like floating there forever. She shudders. I would not want to be caught in another dimension. That's like the worst kind of immortality. I'd rather die, and I'm not into dying. I cock my head, widening my eyes pointedly. Diana gulps and says, I talk a lot when I'm nervous. Her elegant fingers tangle together in her lap. Maxim is going to kill me, Willow. Seriously. I should just run away from home now and spare myself the trouble of running after he tries to make me break up with Jacob and I have to escape an armed guard to get out. She sits up straighter, fire flickering in her gaze. Because I won't break up with him. I love him. I don't care if we can't have kids. I want to spend the rest of my life with him. I rise and cross to the footstool, sitting beside her. I reach out, taking her hand in mine, and giving it what I hope is a courage-building squeeze. Maxim loves you. There is no doubt in my mind about that. Is there in yours? She hesitates a beat, but then slowly shakes her head. And where there's love, there's a way forward, I continue. When you talk to him, just keep bringing him back to love. Try not to give in to your fear that he's going to damage your relationship with Jacob, and try not to let him give in to the fear that the only way to protect you is to cage you. She hums doubtfully beneath her breath. Okay, but how do I do that when Maxim is basically living in fear 24/7? I blink, brows lifting. Really? You think so? From what I've seen, he's pretty brave. He certainly projects fearlessness. Diana smiles a sad smile. Yeah, he does a good job overcoming it. A great job, really. I can admit that. Even though I'm dreading seeing his face right now, she sighs. But his aura is pure fear most days. He carries the weight of the world on his shoulders. I know that's cliché, but for Maxim it's true. He considers every wolf in this pack his responsibility. Whenever anyone is hurt or suffering or upset, even if it's something kind of silly like the teachers threatening to strike if they don't get more classroom space for the elementary school kids, he takes it right to his heart and lets it fester there. I nod slowly. Okay. Tell him that. And tell him that festering isn't doing anyone any good. To be a truly great alpha, he has to understand the difference between leading and inspiring his people and coddling and controlling them. No matter how hard he tries, he won't be able to save everyone or please everyone. He has to come to terms with that and let some of that fear go. Diana stares at me, completely deadpan, for so long that I reach up to wipe the corners of my mouth. What? Do I have crumbs? No. You have crazy, she says. You seriously think I should say that to my brother? Tonight, no less? When a terrorist group got through our defenses and we have several pack members in critical condition in the infirmary? She huffs. I'd literally be signing my own death warrant. I stand, brushing my suddenly clammy palms on my pajama pants. Fine. Then I'll tell him. And I'll feel him out about Jacob in a subtle way that he won't be able to connect to you. Her eyes go even wider, and she reaches out, snatching my wrist. No, Willow, you can't. Seriously, I may have sounded like I was teasing before, but I wasn't. He won't take that well, especially from a stranger. He might really hurt you. I arch a brow, wondering if my initial take on Maxim was closer to the right one. Maybe he is a bully and an abuser, just like every other alpha I've ever known. I ask softly, have you seen him hurt people before, Diana? If so, please tell me the truth. I'd appreciate it. Her eyes begin to shine. No, but the night he thought Shane poisoned Dad, when he couldn't find him. Her hand drops from my wrist. His aura was black as night, Willow. Blacker. If he'd been able to find Shane, I think he would have killed him. I relax a little bit. Diana knows her brother far better than I do. But growing up in the parallel, I've maybe learned a thing or two more about human and wolf nature. But he didn't, I say gently. In my experience, a lot of people can be pushed to wanting to kill, especially if they're stuck in a place where murders happen all the time. But most people won't act on those feelings, even when they have just cause. In my pack, a very few people do 90% of the killing. Most of us just aren't built for it. Truly, I believe the lion's share of people are good, Diana. Or at least not murderers. From what I've seen in people's auras, I would agree, but... She pulls in a breath and lets it out long and slow, guilt creeping into her tone as she adds, but I'm not sure about Maxim. I mean, he's my brother and I love him so much, but I'm not sure. I think he could go either way, light or dark, and he hasn't really decided which path is for him just yet. That sounds about right. I shiver, a bone-deep tremble that leaves every inch of my skin prickly, itchy, and I'm not surprised when Diana whispers, "Your eyes are glowing again, so I guess it is." Right. I can tell the future now. Or something like that. Sounds like Pathfinders start out parsing truth from lies, and that's a skill that could prove useful to this pack tonight. I nod toward my bedroom. I'm going to go change into some street clothes. And then you're going to take me to Maxim. We'll have to break out of here, she says. But I can tell by her tone that she already knows this is a done deal. He'll know we broke the rules and be pissed off before we even start talking. Or before you start talking, since I intend to keep my mouth shut until I can talk to Jacob about all this and see what he thinks I should do. No offense, I value your opinion too, but Jacob knows me better. And he knows Maxim better. Or at least Maxim's bad reputation. No offense taken. And hopefully he won't be pissed for long. I'll make it clear that I know about my pack gift, and I'm there to help. My lips twist up on one side. Considering he saw my eyes glowing and decided not to say a word about it, maybe he'll feel too guilty for keeping secrets to be pissed for long. And maybe we'll run into a unicorn sitting on the toilet in your bathroom, Diana deadpans. I smile, forcing an upbeat note into my voice. Maybe. Let's go check. She groans. But 15 minutes later, I'm dressed in black jeans, a dark blue silk blouse, and soft-soled knee-high boots that don't make a sound on the tile floor as we sneak through the secret passage in the bathroom. For better or worse, I've won Diana over. Now I just hope I can do the same with her brother.
Chapter 18. Maxim. By the time he's finished spilling his guts, my father seems to have shrunk in his wheelchair. Looking at him, it's hard to believe this is the man who used to throw me over his shoulder when I was a kid and run up a flight of stairs, 2 at a time. The man who beat everyone at arm wrestling at our annual summer picnic. The man who destroyed every challenger for pack leader who dared meet him in the ring without seeming to break a sweat. My dad's the one who taught me that alphas can bend, but they never break. But maybe the tough guy act was all a front. Maybe my father has been weak all along, at least in the head. He has to be, if he's bought into this doomsday shit.
I understand it's a lot to take in, son,
he says.
but this is the real deal. The prophecy was confirmed by our last Pathfinder before he died.
I clench my jaw and pace back across the length of the quiet meeting room, not enjoying the reminder of Willow, of what I discovered about her tonight, of how easily she might learn to manipulate people too, if given enough time to hone her skills. Dad, you know Pathfinders can lie, I say, just like anyone else.
Not Rake. He didn't lie, and he had no reason to. When this came to our attention, you and your brother were small children, and we had no idea who the women in the prophecy were, or that they'd be born into the Blood River Pack.
And how did you find out? I ask, hating to humor him even for a second. But the more I know about this stupid story, the easier it will be to debunk. Do the Astor girls have a birthmark or something, a lightning bolt on their foreheads? Dad's eyes narrow, and for a moment I see the shadow of the powerful man from my youth firm up his features.
They are the only pair of sisters born on the exact days and years foretold in the prophecy. But we didn't know that until after Kelly and Bain disappeared, and my investigative team started digging deeper into her past, trying to find them. Her birth was recorded on the wrong day. The certificate said she was born on March 14th, and that's the date she celebrated. But the midwife who delivered her said Kelly's mother went into labor late the evening on the 14th and delivered just after midnight. The actual date was the 15th for Kelly and the 5th for Willow, just like the prophecy.
I shake my head. Or the midwife lied to give you what you wanted.
She didn't know what I wanted. The prophecy isn't common knowledge.
It's not knowledge at all. It's mumbo-jumbo. He scowls.
If you're not going to listen with an open mind, then
fine. I cut in, fighting to exercise patience.
So, you figured this out 8 years ago. Why not go after Willow then?
If she's the key to bringing peace to our world and foretold to make a king of one of the alphas, why not bring her into our pack? We knew from Kelly that their family was on the outs with Blood River anyway. It would have been easy to convince them to defect. I arch a brow. Didn't you want me to be king of the shifters, Pops? Or maybe deep down you knew this is all a bunch of horse shit. He smiles, but he's clearly not amused.
Fuck you too, son.
My father flips me the double bird and calls in a louder voice.
Cameron, I'm ready to go back to my apartment.
I reach out, turning the lock before Cameron can try the door. When he does, and it won't open, he calls out uncertainly.
Alpha, do you need me to get help?
No, thank you, I growl. I wasn't talking to you, sir, Cameron says, but he says sir like the disrespectful dick he is.
I'm fine, Cam, Dad calls out. But stay close. I'm going to need an extra pain med or 5 after hacking a hole through my son's thick skull.
Understood, the man outside says with a judgmental sniff. Cam is my father's man and always will be. The fact I'm usually grateful for, even if the smug fucker gets on my last nerve. My father should have loyal friends, but not friends on the cult crazy train. Does Cam know about this? I ask softly. The prophecy and everything.
No,
my father says.
The people who know, we've kept it quiet. And as far as why we didn't go after Willow, the prophecy says the Kingmaker will find her way to her king, and anyone who interferes will end in blood. He arches a pointed brow. Sounds like that's what happened to Victor's kid, doesn't it?
She didn't end him, I counter.
But she bloodied him and escaped. And how often does a woman from that pack defy an alpha? They're raised to be terrified and submissive, to believe their fate lies in the hands of their fathers, brothers, and future mates. But not Willow. She rose above all that and found her way here to you. She's already mated to another man, I remind him. If the charts were forged, the mate bond isn't valid. Might as well have never happened, no matter how many binding chants they said.
I press my lips together, hating to admit he has a point, but obviously I've been thinking how odd it was for both Aster girls to be mated to Darius men too. So Victor, paid off the astrologers to fake a fated mate bond between his family and theirs? Dad snorts.
I have no doubt he would pervert a sacred ceremony for his own gain, especially to secure total control of our kind. Do you?
No. I chew the corner of my lip before I add. I'm only surprised he didn't try to marry one of them himself.
I'm sure he floated that idea,
Dad says, his disgust for Victor clear in his voice.
But the prophecy specifies a young alpha will rise, and whatever else Victor is, he ain't young.
Neither am I say, earning another snort from Dad.
You're 32, a baby, barely out of diapers.
Pax is 24. Most of the next generation of leaders in the parallel and living human side are in their early 20s. I frown, another thought rising through the tangle of questions in my head. And if Kelly's still alive and presumably married to Bane all this time, why hasn't he risen to rule the shifter world? Pain flickers behind Dad's eyes.
Well, one answer is that your brother is dead, he says. But I don't think that's the case. I bet I can tell you what Kelly stole from the artifacts room before the team gets back with their report.
I cock my head, intrigued, despite still being 90% certain Dad's been brainwashed.
Yeah, what's that?
The Alpha Bands and the Spirit-sharing cup, he says.
I think she and Bane are getting married and want it to be an old-fashioned North Star wedding with all the ceremonial trappings.
His words send a shaft of pain through my chest. I should be happy my brother is probably alive, but this wound is too fresh for that.
Why? Why steal those things? Why not come home, be a part of our family, and have the wedding here? That's part of the prophecy, son,
he says, his gaze so haunted I can't bring myself to call him crazy again.
Both the Aster girls will help a king rise, but one king will bring light, the other darkness, and no one knows which one will win out in the end.
I blink, my brain so unaccustomed to things like this, it takes a few minutes to follow the logic of his words.
So you think Bane has,
Become a bad man? An evil king in waiting? What do you think? He challenges. Judging from the pieces we've put together so far, it seems Kelly conspired with several other shifters, including at least one cat, to set off a bomb in a crowded theater as a distraction so she could steal North Star wedding artifacts. Artifacts she wouldn't need to marry anyone but a North Star Alpha. And this same group of people tried to kidnap Willow tonight. Potentially to reunite the sisters, sure, but just as likely to eliminate the competition. If Willow never marries her true mate, only one king will rise, and no one will stand in his way. I shake my head. Bane would never attack our people. I can't believe that. And what about the venom in the bomb? That's a Blood River calling card. Or an attempt to throw us off the scent of who really did this. Dad counters, nodding toward the bullpen in the center of the enforcer office beyond the door, where the rest of the team is gathered. We need that tiger awake and talking. He lowers his voice to a confidential whisper. I'm going to reach out to a fairy friend of mine from way back, see if she can get a few truth charms over here for us ASAP. I drag a clawed hand through my hair. Don't bother. I have someone connected and discreet. I'll get her on the case, though it might be a few days before she can deliver. And I won't be able to use those charms for Willow, but thanks to her emerging pack gift, I don't really have to. She's not a threat to our pack, at least not as a spy or assassin. Dad's brows lift, but he nods. Good. Don't get caught. We can't afford to have you killed or imprisoned by fairies. Obviously, Dad. I reach over, unlocking the door. You should get back to bed. You look like shit. Thanks, he says. Back at you. But there's one more thing you should think about before we talk again tomorrow, son. And what's that? I ask, already dreading another mind-bending game of figure out how seriously to take this conspiracy theory. I might be forced to take it seriously, mumbo-jumbo or not. If enough people believe it, that alone could put my pack in danger. And Willow, what to do with her? Does she know anything about this? My gut says she doesn't, but I mean to put it to the test, tonight. There's too much at stake to rely on gut feelings. Your brother's pack gift, Dad says, bringing me back into the room. The spike of pain in my chest twists again. Fuck. The thought hadn't even entered my mind, but I don't want to believe Bane would send someone to die so he could steal shit that basically belongs to him anyway. But my big brother does have a very unique gift. One that was hard for him to control when he was a kid, more interested in making mischief than keeping his packs safe. Bane can set things on fire with his mind, and he doesn't even have to be in the same space to do it. He could have torched that kid from 20 blocks away, maybe farther if his gift has grown in power with age. He wouldn't, I say, but I can hear the doubt in my voice. That kid couldn't have been more than 16. My father sighs, and I swear I can see the weight of all this settle around his frail shoulders, weighing him down even further. I've learned never to underestimate what people will do for power, son. And neither should you. Before I can respond, a roar loud enough to wake the dead shakes the walls. They literally shake, making the framed pictures rattle. A second later, I'm out the door, running for the cells.
Chapter 19. Willow. They say timing is everything. And whoever they are, they're probably right. If I'd shown up at the North Star Enforcer office at any other moment than right when the Tiger Shifter woke up in one of the holding cells in back, roaring and bending bars with his bare hands and throwing the entire place into chaos, maybe things wouldn't have played out the way they did. Maybe I would have been stopped at the door and escorted back to my room before I could get a look inside. Maybe someone would have been manning the desk with all these security monitors behind it and shut them down when they saw me coming. Or maybe I would have locked eyes with Maxim across the room and walked right past the screens without seeing the woman frozen on the monitor at the upper left corner, too mesmerized by his sex god magnetism. But none of those things happen. Instead, I peek through the door just as everyone is rushing to the back to contain the prisoner. A man shouts, "The fucker's trying to rip the place apart! We need all hands!" And the last man in the entryway vanishes. I step inside unobserved, with Diana not far behind me. I walk right by the front desk, around the partition separating the small lobby from a bullpen full of desks, and past the station with the security cameras. My eye is drawn immediately to the woman on the screen. It's my sister. She's older and thicker, muscled and physically powerful in a way she wasn't before, but it's Kelly. I would know her anywhere. My sister is alive, and she was here, right in this building. She might even be here now. Leaning over the desk, I bring my face closer to the screen. "What are you doing?" Diana tugs sharply at my shirt. "Get down! We should go. Maxim is really going to freak if he realizes we're here while all this shit is going down." "Just a second," I whisper, my heart pounding as I read the time signature at the bottom of the page. 2 hours ago. 2. Which means Kelly was here during the explosion. But why? Was she trying to get me out? Did she send the tiger? Did she sense that I was in danger or something? And where is she now? Do they have her back there in one of those cells? Is she still wandering around the building? Are enforcers scouring the floors for her as I stand here staring at her frozen image? Questions rush up so fast it feels like I'm drowning in them. But as they sweep over, I latch onto one and can't let it go. Could Kelly have had something to do with the explosion? The sister I knew was wild and loud, but unfailingly kind. She was one of the cool kids, but not the ones who made fun of nerds like me. Kelly punched up, and only at people who deserved it. People like the Darius clan and the thugs who do their dirty work. She exercised her quick wit on those guys so often, in fact, she nearly gave our mother a heart condition. Mom was positive that sooner or later, Kelly's smart mouth was going to get her in serious trouble with Victor. But Kelly always managed to push just far enough without stepping over the line. But maybe she's changed in the past 8 years. I don't want to imagine that she would ever put innocent people at risk, but it's just too much of a coincidence to be explained away. At least not with any explanation I can think of. I mean, what are the chances that someone else just happened to set off a bomb in the theater right when Kelly was roaming around? "Diana, where is this?" I point to the screen. "What floor, do you know?" She leans over the desk next to me. I don't know. It doesn't look familiar, which means it's probably somewhere above 50, on the off-limits floors." I cut a glance her way. "Off-limits why?" "Expensive, important stuff stored up there. Secrets and treasure and shit," she says, dividing her attention between the chaos at the rear of the office and my face, clearly past ready to bolt. "And maybe a spa for alphas with lots of golden bathtubs and possible golden showers if you're into that sort of thing, but Maxim won't tell me if that's just a rumor or not." She grabs my hand, squeezing hard as her eyes go wide. "Now can we go? Please?" I nod. "Yeah." We slide off the desk and start back toward the small lobby. I glance over my shoulder, making sure no one spotted us as I whisper, "Can you get me up there? 50th floor?" "No, you psycho!" Diana hisses, as we pass the still empty front desk and push out through the frosted glass doors into the wide, white-tiled hallway outside. I mean, yes, I could, because I excel at breaking and entering, but no, I won't, because we would get caught and in insane amounts of trouble. Seriously, like, we might end up in a jail cell by scary Mr. Tiger. That was my sister on the monitor, I say. Kelly. I haven't seen her in 8 years. I thought she was dead. Diana's eyes bulge. Shit. And she's here now? 2 hours ago, so she might still be up there. And she might know where your oldest brother is. They were a couple. Did you know about that? Yeah, I've heard stuff, but... Wow. Her lips pucker as she blows out a long breath. This is wild, Willow. We have to go to my dad. He needs to know this. I'm sure he already knows. The security camera operator had that feed frozen for a reason. They're probably looking for her now. Another reason not to go up there, Diana says. If an enforcement team is already on the hunt, we could end up getting shot by accident. My heart punches my ribs. Do you think they'll shoot her? Without even knowing why she was here or if she's guilty of anything? Pity flickers in her gaze as she says, she was here during the explosion, poking around on a forbidden floor. Whatever she was doing, it wasn't good, Willow. We don't know that for sure. The Kelly I knew was a good person, Diana. I can't imagine why she would willingly be part of an attack that hurt innocent people. My thoughts race some more, insisting that perhaps Kelly knows something I don't, something about this pack that proves Maxim and everyone at the top are as corrupt and awful as Victor and Pax and most of the other pack leaders in the parallel. But even as I try that theory on for size, I don't buy it. Maxim is many things, not all of them good. But he's devoted to his people, and they know it. I saw that earlier today in the atrium. Those people weren't stressed, bullied, or traumatized wolves. They were happy, healthy, prospering. But maybe Kelly doesn't know that. Maybe someone's using her, I say, as Diana and I stop in front of a bank of elevators, and she presses the up button. Maybe they lied to her about what's going on here, and manipulated her into being part of it. Maybe she's just confused. Like, she's been brainwashed or something? Diana asks. Like a cult? Yeah, something like that. Diana chews her lip for a beat. I had a friend who joined a cult, like by accident. She didn't even realize it was a cult until we staged an intervention to get her out. She thought she'd joined a really immersive self-help community. But communities don't force you to turn over your paycheck to be cashed at their bank and take 20% off the top, or tell you who you can date, or what you can talk about with your family, or make you walk home barefoot in the snow when you mistakenly wear real leather shoes to a meeting instead of fake ones. I nod. Right, maybe it was something like that. But savvier, I add silently, because no way would Kelly be drawn in by just any old cult. It would have to be something really convincing and sophisticated. And smart. But there are organizations out there like that. Some of the doomsday cults are really charismatic and successful with young shifters, especially ones who've recently escaped from the parallel and are looking for a reason to believe the world is about to change, and all the violence and degradation they've suffered in their lives will soon be a thing of the past. The elevator doors open, and Diana steps inside, motioning me in behind her. Okay, but we should still go find my dad. He's more likely to have mercy on her, and us, than Maxim. I step in, only to be jerked back out again by an iron hand around my elbow. I don't even have to turn my head to know who's captured me. Maxim's wood smoke and angry alpha smell is swirling through my head, and Diana's eyes are the size of saucers. We can explain, she squeaks. To your rooms. Now, Maxim growls, and stay there. If I find you've been out without permission, you'll regret it. Profoundly. Please, Maxim, Diana says as the doors begin to close. Willow hasn't done anything wrong. She just... The doors seal shut, cutting off the end of her sentence. But I can fill in the blanks. I'm just confused and worried for my sister and scared. Scared of Maxim and of the feeling deep in my gut that my prophetic vision from earlier was wrong. Because as I lift my chin and meet his dark, furious gaze, it sure doesn't look like we're on our way to becoming lovers. Or friends. Or anything but bitter, lifelong enemies.
Chapter 20. Maxim. We all have lines we won't cross, no matter what. Because crossing them would change us in ways we're not sure we could live with. Before tonight, I would have said this was one of mine. I'll put a willing woman on her knees and fuck her mouth hard and deep, or interrogate a suspect locked in one of my mirrored rooms without a flicker of conscience. But I've never used the sexual energy between a woman and myself as a threat. I've never let sex and violence mingle so freely as they're doing right now. I should be ashamed of myself. But as I put Willow on her knees in my study with her hands tied behind her back and stalk slowly back and forth in front of the fire, watching her begin to sweat, I'm not ashamed. I'm aroused. Hard. My dick is straining the fly of my suit pants, desperate to fuck her pretty mouth into a confession, something Willow would surely notice if it were brighter in the room. Just another reason to keep the lights low. Let the fire be the only thing lighting the darkness. And it's easier to excuse my behavior in the dark. This ugliness rising inside of me likes the shadows. That should also worry me, I suppose. I should excuse myself. Call Hermione to come fetch Willow and lock her in a cell for the night, and start this interrogation over again in the morning. In the light of day, with a cold metal table separating us and cameras on the wall recording the interview for posterity, and for safety, hers and mine. This good little wolf makes me want to do bad things. But then, I don't know that she's good, do I? And that's part of our problem. Tell me what you know about Kelly, I demand again. Where has she been? Why was she here?
I've already told you,
she whispers.
I don't know. I can't tell you what I don't know.
Yes, you can, I counter. Your pack gift will take care of that for you. Just start talking about your sister. Imagine what she might have been up to. Hypothesize. Your eyes will separate the truth from fiction.
My pack gift can't know things I don't.
Of course it can. I smile my most condescending smile, relishing the way it clearly infuriates her. You know nothing about what you can or can't do. You're in over your head, little wolf. Best do as you're told.
Or what?
Or you're out, I say. Out on the street, alone, a sitting duck for Pax and whoever else you've wronged.
I haven't
time to make your choice, I cut in.
Not much of a choice,
she says.
Is it?
There's always a choice, I whisper. Do as you're told, and I'll show mercy. She holds my gaze, heat in hers that isn't all anger, or even mostly anger. Clearly she feels it too, the sexual charge whenever we're alone together. It's so thick now I can taste it on my tongue, honeyed and sticky sweet. I let my gaze slide lower, watching her nipples tighten beneath the silk of her shirt. I imagine ripping the fabric from her skin with my teeth so I can lick and suck and bite her nipples, so I can make her wetter, hotter, so needy she won't be able to put me off. She'll part her legs and beg me to fuck her, to show her what it's like to be with a man who knows that the best way to dominate his mate, to show her who she belongs to, is with pleasure, not pain. Before I can recover from thinking that word, mate, or what it might mean in conjunction with this complicated as hell woman, she whispers,
I don't want your mercy.
And my temper flares again. You might want to rethink that, little wolf, I warn. Without my mercy, your life could get very dark very quickly.
You don't scare me,
she whispers. The fucking glow in her eyes, proving that she's telling the truth, makes both the rage and hunger building inside of me flare hotter. I want to kiss her and lock her away in solitary confinement. To fuck her and to show her how quickly I can make her life a living hell if she continues to defy me. Instead, I reach out and whisper, "Oh, but I should." I capture her beautiful, delicate face in one big hand. I really should. And I'm going to show you why.